It's Thursday. As far as I know, they paid for to go for it. It's LGS. Doesn't say where the function is Thursday night anywhere in my environment.
Are you referring to the?
Got the AGM networking up Thursday night. Doesn't say where it is. It might be just at LGS.
No, it is.
Yeah.
We're alive and going, are we? Beautiful. Sorry, everyone. Has taken a bit of time to get that sorted out this morning. So I declare the November Ordinary Council meeting open. I'll read this civic affirmation. We gather today to duly and faithfully carry out our duties to the best of our judgment and ability for the advancement of this district and the benefit of all of our community and fellow citizens. And the Currawong District Council acknowledge and pay respect to the Ngarrindjeri people, traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. We pay respect to all Australians who have made and continue to make a positive contribution to our culture and way of life in this country we live in and share together, Australia. Thank you, councillors. Next item on the agenda is apologies, of which I have none. Number 3, whatever it is, acknowledgements. Has anyone got any particular acknowledgements? None have been indicated to me. None. Next item is declaration of conflict of interest. I will declare, when we get to decision item 10, I will vacate the chair and leave the room as being one of the people directly involved in that piece of land. Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 to declare. Conflict of interest. Item 10.6 on the decision reports, festive season funding, and 10.7 community grants. 10.7, I said that, sorry.
Yep.
Point 12, perceived interest as I sit on the executive position of Development Progress Association.
Yep.
And then in each case, I'll leave the chamber. Thank you.
Okay. As you're aware, today one of our agenda items is community grants, and so we can re-ask when we get there, but I'll deal with it now. Councillor Rowntree.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'll declare a conflict of interest for 15.1 Citizen of the Year, and I will also leave the room.
Thank you. Does anyone else at this stage want to signal any of that? Councillor Peach.
Community grants, the Tintinara Gymnasium Committee, I am their public officer. So I will be declaring conflict of interest and leaving the room.
Thank you. Anyone else at this stage? Or we will ask again, I think, when we get there. It's a fairly extensive list. Okay. Number 4, confirmation of minutes. The special meeting held on the 7th of October 2025 is on the agenda. Councillors. Councillor Qualman, you're moving that way. There is a seconder. Councillor Bland. Is there any discussion? Being none.
Mr. Mayor, as I've indicated before, it's a true and correct record. I believe what occurred was correct, so I'll be voting against.
That's fine. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, not unanimously, with councillors Bland and Peach voting against the motion and the other councillors voting for. Confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting, including the confidential minutes held on the 21st of October. Move that way, please. Councillor Peach. Seconder, Councillor Rowntree. Any discussion? Being none, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Item 5, councillors.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we adjourn this to the confidential items at the back of the agenda.
So Councillor Peach moves that we adjourn this item until the last item of business in confidence today, please. Councillor.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, got a mind blank, Corey.
Councillor Qualman.
You want me? No, I know. Sorry. It'll just be adjourned to be the last item of business today, so you can receive additional advice, councillors. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. I'll quickly I'll quickly will do my report, councillors. 6.1, my councillor mayor's report. Where's it gone? Yeah. Any questions quickly? I'll think about it. Councillor Roundtree, we'll start with you.
I've probably got a number that others have probably got as well. I'll start with the 7th of October, your meeting with Mr McBride.
After he presented to council, we had an additional meeting with him to drive home any things that went into his strategic document, which I don't know if council has been circulated with a copy of his strategic document. I know I as mayor have been, but not through council.
So this is his strategic document.
His strategic document is what I would, and then since I've known the member for McKillop for a while, we went and had a couple of fizzy drinks.
Was there any discussion with him about the health issue or anything like that?
Yes.
Don't want to elaborate?
Nothing I can add to what's not already in the public domain.
Thank you. Can I also ask about the Talking Tough event at Canalp and what your thoughts were?
Very good function.
Was
Excellent function, actually. Yeah, and for myself, being sort of long resident in this area, there's lots of people there I just didn't know, which was good. Good. So that I thought went really well with those two boys. They both had challenges in their life, and they were very humorous working off each other in the evening, I think would be the best way of wording it.
Thank you. Another one I had was the meeting with reps from the Office of Early Childhood.
In Adelaide,
22nd.
you would note on the 22nd, we had 3 consecutive meetings there. Meeting with Senator Marielle Smith, and a bit later you'll note, no, you won't note in this report, I've also met in the last few weeks with Senator Barbara Pocock of the Greens as well. And particular pushing, and along with the meeting in the Office of Early Childhood, which is the State Department, I think this is right, the State Department, are pushing the CELA report around childcare and where we can go with it.
Pushing to seal, did you say?
No, CELA, C-E-L-A, the report council
CELA,
commissioned
sorry.
around early childhood, what opportunities present coming into a state election, and we're not miles away from another federal election either, and what opportunities that presents out of that report, particularly in relation to Tailem and Bend being a hub.
Are they
and
also,
the grant processes around that.
Are they also considering more flexible models for childcare for regional Australia? Are they looking at that?
I think we've got a very activist new federal child care minister, is my understanding. We'll probably even attempt to meet her if we can. But yeah, we're well aware that the models aren't perfect.
Yeah, and the feedback I'm getting on that is a flexible model would work better for regional out this way than a set model. But anyway, they're still keeping their mind open.
As per the CELA report, it is important that we probably do a hub and spoke approach to get the viability up.
Okay.
The process.
And my last one was on the 23rd, being the SA Ambulance Service Community Information Sessions at Coombe. What did you learn from that?
We've got a very professional volunteer ambulance service, extremely professional. Any assistance we can offer morally, physically sometimes, the better. It is suffering, like all volunteer organisations, on lack of people, which is why we emphasise in this council volunteers so much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got 2 for you.
Yep.
The 22nd meeting with the CEO and Director of Roads and Infrastructure of DIT and rail safety via Teams. What was that about?
Acting Director of Roads and Infrastructure was on a better screen than we were in the office next door in Adelaide. So we were particularly interested in who is responsible for the fencing of the rail easement. It'd be true to say that the person who's been DIT that handles this was quite clear. It wasn't him. So I think we've asked for a meeting, if I'm correct, Joel, tell me, with just ARTC in this format out here on site. Is that what we're trying to pursue?
Yeah, through the mayor, yeah, we are just drafting up similar letters that we sent to go to ARTC and Horizon. Executive personnel. And just foster a conversation from there just to see if there's any particular wins. I guess the commentary from DIT was to see if we can get a conversation at that level. You know, noting that the leadership quite often are passionate about safety items and things like that. So,
And as I would note, councillor, a very young child was killed in northern New South Wales a couple 3 weeks ago. So we consider this a high priority item. As you know, the accident train has been sold and we're awaiting its removal, and that might make it clearer what we can do in that zone in particular.
The other one, Mr Mayor, is the 20th night media interview with the ABC Radio Rear Wellington East via phone.
It was a Friday afternoon interview with ABC statewide, and the real Graham from memory, which I don't re-listen to my interviews, so I hope it was all right. But that's what it was about. They just want to know where we're up with that. So,
Okay. Thank you.
other questions? Arthur?
Mr Mayor, just the Tintinara Lions Club, we're very lucky to have you as the guest MC for their quiz night and auction, and showed a little bit of difference on how things could be run. And I think you got another vocation if you really need it, because everyone has commented on what a great job you did. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those kind words. And Councillor Peach did the technical side of that, and I think you did the serving part of it for a while. It was a fun night. I've never seen myself as a thing, but I'll tell you, I had no voice the next day. That was one thing for sure. The crowd at Tintinara, I think it was the key people from memory, were loud and boisterous. But anyway, good night was had by all. Thank you for that. Right. Any other questions? I'm just going to comment. Let's thank Councillor Coleman for his report around Murray-Darling Association. The last meeting was in the thing, but we did learn a lot in that conference, and I hope we put some information in front of at least the Griffith councillors, who were very generous to us. You will just also note on the 14th we met via Teams with Senator Karen Grogan, also a state Labor senator, and very supportive of the childcare process as well. Men's table we've just alluded to. I just congratulate council staff and all involved at the Canalpin show, which I thought was an excellent day. Apart from I was sold too many donuts by the Tintinara Lions Club, but a good community day, and I'm particularly heartened by the younger members of our community, but I think all in the pavilion, I'd call it, with the art and the cooking, and some besmirching words were said about my ability to cook chocolate cakes the year before, which was a bit unfortunate. But anyway, and that's just going through that. Yep. Okay. I will move on to 6.2, council members' report. Now, councillors, it looks a bit vacant. And Councillor Bland.
Can I just speak to that, my report? I admit mine is vacant. However, I think I have one that I'd like to just highlight.
Quickly.
We had a Teams meeting with the CEO and Senator Ross Cadell in relation to the algal bloom on the 10th. And I think probably the important part about that is he was open to hear what was happening in the Coorong, particularly around the fishing industry and the ability to get not necessarily the fish, but a price at market, which is effective.
When you say we, who was we? Sorry.
We being the local fishermen.
Yeah, I just want to know who we use sometimes.
He was interested in the Coorong, but also, of course, the water from source to mouth and how that impacts. At this point in time, we have another link, I think, in early December. And then following that, he plans on being in the area and going potentially out with Glenn Hill to do a tour of the Coorong and to get a full understanding. I'm of the opinion that he perhaps hasn't been down here before to do that, and would like to have a good look at the whole area. Right down the river. So he's doing a cook's tour really of more than just us, but he is intending to come down in January.
Queensland Senator from memory, I think. I'm going
to look sideways and say, is he Queensland? New South
New
Wales.
South Wales. Ooh.
Yep, New South
Righto.
Wales. Sorry.
He's from Newcastle.
I didn't pick a Queensland
or
accent.
Castle?
Sure.
Castle.
So I'm not sure how that will play out now, but our next Teams link up is in early December.
As a group of local fishermen.
No, as CEO and myself at this point,
All right. No worries.
and whomever else is invited.
Yep. But I do note, councillors, that part of our code of practice, councillors are required or should report every 3 months. And so I don't quite know. I haven't had time to go back and check, but we just have a look at that, please. We move on. No petitions. 7, no petitions. Number 8. I'm going to welcome down to the front, please, Mr. Nick Warming from the Sandpiper Ski Club as a deputation, councillors, and that mic's live, I think, pretty sure, Nick.
Thank you.
And we'll give him 10 minutes to, or up to 10 minutes, whatever you want to do, Nick. This has been ongoing for some time, I suppose, a bit of to and fro around a request for us to do some maintenance on what is the private road of the Sandpiper Ski Club. So welcome, Nick, and away we go.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present, Mayor, council staff and councillors. Just a bit about Sandpiper Ski Club, just to update everyone. We're a resident-based incorporated association with 48 allotments, over 100 members located on Sandpiper Road, Wellington East. The objects of our association are to administer the terms of the leases and manage use of the land, to encourage water sports in the Murray River at Wellington East and surrounds, to promote safety for water sport participants and all types of watercraft and users, to foster and maintain good relations with all members of the association, and to respect, maintain and improve the Murray area, River Murray area, and our land holding for the benefit of our members and the community. I'd like to update about the plans completed and planned for our area. About 15 years ago, we arranged an asphalt road for part of the Sandpiper Road, our only road from the gate until it reached the T-junction of the dirt road behind the river buildings. We also recently built a large shared shed with 28 individual lockable bays, solar battery chargers, solar security lights, and 90 kilolitres of water storage. This was provided to keep the area looking well cared for and arranged in a professional and presentable manner. In regard to fire safety, we now have water storage. We have provision for fire services to use this water via specialty fittings that we have installed. We've also maintained the roadside verges for Sandpiper Road and a large section of Placid Estate Road. In regard to native plants, there was agreement at the Sandpiper Ski Club October 2025 AGM to plant native trees along roadside and shed parking pad to enhance the area, which is in line with Council's plan of native tree planting. To ensure establishment and longevity, these are to be watered via a solar irrigation system coupled with a solar pump system fed from our newly installed rainwater tanks. Also in line with council and planning requirements, we now have easements and these are allocated to each individual land parcel. The main consideration regarding today is the dirt road maintenance. With 48 allotments and many permanent residents, the road receives a fair amount of traffic and the dirt road behind the buildings requires some maintenance. This is where the council are expected to step in. Private road. The Sandpiper Road is a private road that has 48 rate-paying properties along an 850-metre length of dirt road. Residents contribute a significant amount by way of council rates with little return for their payments. I expect the funds collected from our properties would exceed 150,000 per annum each and every year. Apart from the council's collection services, the ratepayers have received little in return despite our huge contribution since our establishment in 1966. The residents are all Sandpiper Ski Club members and are requesting that we receive some benefit from the council rates we pay each and every year. At our recent AGM in October 25, the members were vocal in their demands and wanted their representation to be heard and council to provide the road maintenance. We do not have the information in regard to the number of private roads in the Coorong District Council area, but due to the number of residents on Sandpiper Road, we believe our maintenance request requires special consideration, which is marked merited and should be positively considered. The total length that requires improvement is only 850 metres in length, which is a tiny percentage, 0.02% of the 40,200 kilometres graded by the council each and every year. Based on this figure alone indicates that our request is warranted and should be approved. It is not an annual requirement, it is a single request, which is unlikely to be required for another 10 plus years. Using this rationale, even rounded up to 1 kilometre in length, it is 1 kilometre versus 42,000 kilometres of council grading every 10 years. Such a small sum really does justify our request. 1 in 42,000 is insignificant in terms of council commitment. The expected council rates collected over the same period of 10 years would likely be in excess of $3 million. The residents of Sandpiper Road have small block frontages to the road of only 12 metres. We also have an increasing proportion of full-time residents using the road daily. The works on a private road would not set a precedent, as I have been advised by a current councillor that this type of work had been undertaken previously. An adjacent development on Washpool Road have had the benefit of an asphalt road provided by the council for many years ago. It seems we are the poor neighbours, which do not believe is fair and equitable. It would seem to be a positive move by the council to support the needs of the people that the council represents. I'm sure the residents would appreciate getting some beneficial result back from the council rates we contribute, which have recently had a significant increase. Public road consideration. While the option to make Sandpiper Road a public road was mentioned by Mayor Paul Simmons, at this point in time, the members do not consider this to be advantageous to us for reasons which include the installation of pipes from buildings under the road towards easement for septic services. Current improvements to properties are ongoing, and the control of individual excavation and repairs will not currently require council involvement. This may change in future and will be reviewed regularly by the club. In regard to legislative framework, legislative framework, under the Local Government Act 1999, Section 12, how to carry out roadwork, Item 2 states, a council may do anything reasonably necessary for or incidental to roadwork. Item 3 states, a council may only carry out roadwork in relation to a private road if, point 1, the owner agrees. The Sandpiper Ski Club will agree to roadworks carried out on Sandpiper Road and will be available to confirm this in any format required by the council. The Local Government Act 1999 clearly allows for roadwork on private roads. Infrastructure risks. Effluent infrastructure does exist beneath Sandpiper Road. This should be documented in council records. If any current services are disturbed by roadwork, then Sandpiper Ski Club is prepared to undertake any repairs that may be necessary. As you're all aware, services should be installed at a depth that should not interfere with normal roadwork activities. We believe all under-road services are compliant. Any non-compliant services should be altered in any event, with the maintenance and costs attributed to individual property owners or the Sandpiper Ski Club. The recommendation for consideration, the ratepayers of Sandpiper Road, Wellington East, would appreciate your consideration of roadworks as previously requested. We would appreciate it if the council were able to find positive ways to undertake justified small projects. Of the 42,000 kilometres of road maintenance the council will undertake in the next 10 years, it is only 1 kilometre, so a very small ask from a community contributing over $3 million to the council in the same period. Should our request for road maintenance fail, we would respectfully request a large reduction in our council rates in lieu. And that's the end of my request.
don't know if the last part was easy to swallow, Nick, but thank you for that. And councillors, I'd indicate that I'm not going to take a motion around this during the deputation, but in motions without notice. If that was what the meeting felt, we could probably request a report then. I've got questions to Nick, please. Councillor Bland.
Yes, you indicated, Nick, that the Sandpiper Ski Club had met, but
Yes.
they weren't prepared to go to a public road. Could you just elaborate on why not?
Well, at this stage, and mind you, this was only mentioned with Mayor Simmons a while ago. I haven't looked into all of the information going to a public road, but one of the problems that we may have is that currently there's a lot of building approvals and we expect in the next 5 to 10 years, a lot of residents may either rebuild or maintain their properties and put effluent out the back, digging up the roads. So at this stage, we'd probably prefer to have control of that ourselves. So people, without going to council, can dig up the road, repair it, keep it as a dirt road. That way, because if it's a private road, it's just basically the ski club's control of that, and it doesn't have to go through all the rigorous process of going through the council and possibly any other government agencies. So we want to keep that in our control just for the time being, but certainly it's a point I will consider, I'll look into, consider and actually take to the next AGM with a bit more information so everyone is then able to look at what may be possible in the future.
So can I just follow on? Mr.
Sure.
Mayor? And that is in relation to it, if, and I say if, it became a public road, then visitors and tourists that would have access to access the river from there?
Well, all of the properties along there are private properties, including the boat ramp. So they would unlikely have access to the river from there, but they would have access to the roads behind the property. And, you know, currently we do get guests and visitors and sightseers looking in our, coming into our property as it is anyway, and in public using a boat ramp, which they shouldn't be, but it happens on occasion.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Hara. Yep.
Can I just ask why once in 10 years you want this road graded, but don't think you'll have some deterioration in 10 years?
Oh, it's probably been 15 years since the last time we had any maintenance on that road, apart from maybe filling in the odd pothole. So no, I don't think over more than 10 years. I think if it's done properly, it should last a significant period.
Councillors, questions?
Do you have that road behind all the sheds? Is it blocked off at all, or is it open for people to come in and out?
The road, well, it's currently a private road. There are gates on Placido Strait Road, which only close once a year, as in line with what we need to do. But guests and visitors, and also residents, obviously, use the road daily. It's not blocked off at all. There's access from the gate, and it goes down to a roundabout at one end of the property, and the other end has got access via a dirt road that also meets with a T-junction. So there is access.
It's not a through road.
It's a no through road.
No through road.
It's a no through road,
No
right?
through.
Okay.
Or it's a no through private road. Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome, Nick. My son-in-laws live down there, actually, the Cellars, so I'm well aware of this road. Could you more enlighten us when you say need some maintenance? Is it just to basically have a nice grade over, fill in some potholes, clear the verges? Can you just enlighten us a bit more what you?
Yeah, there's there's a little bit of limestone on the road. Probably needs, and I'm not sure the exact process you go through grading or top dressing it, but the road is actually not bad condition. We're not looking at do something immediately here, but it's certainly something we'd like to do within the next 18 months, 2 years. If anyone, council would like to take a drive on the road to actually have a look, you're more than welcome to do so. But it's in reasonable condition at the moment, but it is starting to get a bit of wear and tear, and the residents would like me to come forward to request the improvements.
Thank you. Other questions, councillors? Councillor Hara again?
Yeah, just, with all due respect.
Sure.
I think, you want to have your cake and you want to eat it as well.
Look, I'm not sure that's the case. It is a public road, a private road. And in many regards, we're contributing quite a significant sum to the council. And all we're asking for is some small part of road maintenance. Now, when you look at 1 kilometre in 42,000 kilometres over 10 years, or even if you think it'll only last 5, that's 1 kilometre in 24,000. Now, you've got a department that does roads here at, I assume, at quite a regular cost. So it's not something that onerous we're actually requesting of the council. I believe it's a fair and reasonable request, and all the residents wanted me to convey that as well in the meeting we had to the council, that I don't believe we're asking for our cake and eating it too. It's just basically a fair request on a private road, but it should be considered because the fact is we actually do have quite a reasonable density of people there, and there are more people converting from having a holiday house there to actually residing there. And so,
One more, doesn't that
Sure.
road continue through onto a dirt track?
no,
Going on to Wellington East?
it finishes on one end at a roundabout, which then fronts goes to a farmer's property, and on the other end there's a large fence between Washpool Estate and Placid Estates. And Placid Estates Road in itself is also a no-through road, which is a public road.
That's right. Other questions, councillors?
Mr Mayor?
Mhm.
I'm the councillor that was identified by Nick when he talked about private works in the conversation before. And in that conversation, I did indicate that had happened in the past and people have paid for it. And we had an email exchange where I did ask about that. Would you, my understanding from that was the committee would still be prepared to contribute to the cost of that works.
Yeah, the committee would be, or the Residents Association would be prepared to contribute part of the cost. I certainly would hope the council would look at funding the whole cost, but if need be, the Sandpiper Ski Club would be prepared to contribute a sum to it, and we're happy to talk to anyone in council about that as anything that's presented.
Thank you. Other questions, councillors?
If I might, Mr Mayor, to you, are you wanting to see this go to the Infrastructure Committee?
It could, but yeah, that's one way of handling it. Other way is, a motion without notice later today. But it could be better, that's right, to do it that way.
Through you, Mayor, do we need to find out what the costs are going to be? Is that something we should request through the motion?
I would anticipate if council wished to look at this further, we would seek a
Investigation.
Yeah.
Seek a report.
Okay.
Send it infrastructure.
Yeah. What I would anticipate, councillors, and I thank Nick for saying we've got a little bit of time, it's not today. Other questions, councillors? We're completed. Nick, thank you so much for your perseverance and for your residents' perseverance on this. It's taken some time and some phone calls. I would imagine that's the path we will probably choose, but I can't predict that as the chair, but look, thank you.
That's right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Number 9, sorry, in the agenda is
I agree.
public question time, and I have got no public questions or any, I've got no notice, actually, we've got no public questions. Thank you. We move to the next agenda item. 10.1, decision reports, councillors. And I thank the staff before we start, Bill's in the room, on achieving with some days to spare the completion of the financial statements for the year ending 30th of June 2025. This is always hard working in local government for a variety of reasons. I start, perhaps before I take a mover, is there any questions in relation to 10.1? Councillor Peach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, at the audit and risk meeting, it was indicated that this is the final document and it was raised that draft didn't need to be on it, shouldn't be on it, and drafts on it again. So just can I confirm that this is the final document and it shouldn't have draft on it?
Yeah, through the mayor. Final document, once it's adopted here, we'll take draft off and it'll be signed.
Questions, councillors, around 10.1, the audited financial statements? Okay, someone prepared to move the recommendation as it reads? Councillor Bland and Roundtree are the mover and seconder. Councillor Bland, you lead.
No, I think it's fairly self-explanatory. Long discussions at audit and risk. I think probably everything's there unless there's questions that wants to ask.
Councillor Roundtree.
Nothing further to add.
Any other councillors wish to enter debate? Okay, you'll close.
Closed.
So the motion is the recommendation with 3 points there. Councillors, put the motion. All those in favour? As against, that's carried unanimously. Thank you for that. We move to decision item 2. Audit completion report. Don't you love how they talk about reduction in red tape in this business? Pretty self-explanatory, councillors. Someone prepared to move it?
I have some questions.
You can ask a question.
Thank you. So when I was reading it, okay. The disclaimer that says the external audit is not designed to detect fraud. However, our audit procedures include evaluating the risk of material misstatement due to fraud whilst maintaining professional skepticism and evaluating evidence for the signs of fraud. I think it's always worth remembering that the audit checks for major mistakes in financial statements and warning signs, but it's not an investigation and that it might miss some things. So it reminds us that we shouldn't solely rely on the audit to catch fraud. But what concerns me as an elected member is, do we have enough information to maintain the level of oversight to prevent it? And is that our role, or is that solely the role of council and staff? So I felt reading it after that disclaimer, do I have enough to make a judgment call? And I didn't feel I did. So I want to know, is this staff
You must
responsibility?
like reading reports, councillors.
Oh, I've got nothing else to do.
I try to read it all.
We have an audit and risk committee
Yep.
as well. We have a very deliberate role and we have an internal audit as well. So I think in regards to the matters you just raised, there is a lot of scrutiny on council's activity, and I'd be extremely comfortable with a level of external eyes and again the independent members on the audit and risk committee that ask the right questions and are comfortable.
So what you're saying through you, Matt, is that as councillors, as elected members, we can take comfort that there's the audit and risk committee and internal processes that do that job for us, because we don't have access to some.
If I was in your position, the answer would be yes. And noting again, we have 2 councillors on the audit and risk committee.
Yep.
And also we have a policy and governance working group as well, which again has a level of oversight.
Thank you. The other thing that concerned me was on page 9 of the report, or 75 of the online document. I was concerned to read that the council has not completed valuation and condition assessment of assets within the last 5 years on structures, stormwater, water supply, curb, water, footpaths or land. For some reason, I was under the strong impression that we had been doing this ever since the last issue we had with the depreciation, and having to add that all back into the budget. So to see that that has not happened for 5 years is obviously concerning for the auditors, and I'm wondering what that means.
Councillor, it's been an issue for a long time, and it'd be fair to say we weren't totally happy with our previous contractors in this area. A few months ago, you'd note that an internal employment of a staff member's moved over to dealing with all of that work, and can assure you he's working diligently because he's asked me questions about things I might have known. I'd be confident that in the next 6 to 8 months, we will be up to our requirement there. And I'd note that that's the only minor qualification we have in the audit report. But, so that staff members, he's at it, I can tell you.
Mr Mayor, if I could just say that.
No, I'm finished with Councillor Roundtree first. Finished?
Well, I just, when you said a staff member is now looking into this.
No, not looking. He's been appointed
to do the.
to do that.
Okay,
As,
so, but it says in there that council should engage more external consultants to perform
Yeah.
condition assessments. So are we going ahead with an external consultant or are we
No.
going to use our staff to do this?
as we would have been told previously, we were less than pleased with the outcomes of the previous consultants. So council made a decision, or council CEO made a decision to appoint someone internally to do that role.
Okay,
It's happened to be the internal applicant's the best one, and that's what we're working on. And this is a report up till 30th of June. It'd be fair to say that staff member hasn't got, he's right into it right now. I'm just looking at the director here.
Through the mayor, the staff member was only appointed in August, September.
Yep.
Um,
Qualman first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Roundtree's brought up some of the issues I was about to ask anyhow, and because I have concerns, we don't get this right or catch up on this. Depreciation doesn't allow to keep our asset management plan on track, which doesn't keep our long-term financial plan on track. And I just wish to say that we will be discussing this further because it's going to be an item on the Roads and Infrastructure Committee meeting coming up early next month. So members will have a chance to discuss this and see how we're at.
Yeah,
Thank you for the information that's just been provided to, by the way.
My understanding is it'll become a standing item of roads and infrastructure as per a request from Audit and Risk. Councillor Peach.
Thanks, Mayor. It would be safe to say that the independent members of Audit and Risk and the auditors did not consider this a minor matter. And there were some very serious concerns raised during Audit and Risk meeting last week. And that is why they've recommended that it goes to Roads and Infrastructure. It would also be safe to say that during that meeting, I found, as a councillor, I discovered more about the background processes behind this than I thought I'd understood for the last couple of years. So, through you, Mayor, if I could just ask if we could have an explanation for the benefit of other councillors in terms of the software update that I believe has happened in terms of the package behind this and how that's being implemented as well.
through the mayor, so I've just got to think back the timeline. So early in the 24-25 financial years when we embarked on the new partnership with our new asset provider in Tonkin, and the platform that they do our asset management through, Conquest, was, I guess, then the proposed program. We have to, we had an asset register previously that had to go into that platform. Prior to moving it into the platform, we had to go through and sanitize a lot of it, particularly in the land, buildings and structures process. So, so that took quite a lot of time to go through and align firstly land parcels, then align building assets to the right land parcels, then add structure assets to the right land parcels. That process took about 6 months to do. The data is now, I mean, as we got to the end of the financial year, a lot of our end of year financials were at the point where they could be done through that asset management system. The data was at a point where it was accurate enough to do that, but there's still a lot of work to be done to continue to maximise the potential that platform's got by way of asset information, by way of digitised GIS mapping that will be in it, which we have some significant gaps in some of our asset classes. So so to do all of that took 12 months. And in amongst all that, to try and do revaluations with a lack of data accuracy wouldn't have been a very prudent thing to do, I don't believe. And so we chose to get registers right before we could conceivably then hand a valuation package to the market. So where are we at now? Land, buildings and structures valuations are underway. They will be complete early in the new year. We've also commenced the understanding of our water and wastewater, and we will be getting a valuation done on them this financial year as well, with the hope that those two asset classes will be up to date with valuations and an asset management plan by the end of this financial year. Aside to that, we'll be looking to implement a process, aside to anything that gets revalued within a financial year, we'll index things annually so that there's not a big jump when we go to do revaluations. So we are just trying to, the asset officer is building a work program for a year that will be recurring so that we can have things cyclic and that we don't allow it to get that far behind, or how far behind it was the moment we sort of merged with our new asset provider.
See ya.
So you mean, it's probably true to say that, it's not true to say that no work has been happening. I think Joel has outlined the data cleansing was really important in terms of when I started, we had a external provider who was based in Melbourne. They then sold to a United States mob, and we had been trying to extricate ourselves from that contract, and it probably took about 12 months. We then moved over to a South Australian-based provider, which, as Joel described, we needed to cleanse our assets before we actually input it into the system. We could have put it in as is, but I didn't see any point in doing that because data in, if it's garbage, data out, it's garbage. So we made a conscious effort to cleanse that data before we put it into the system. All of these processes were taking place without a dedicated officer. We now have that dedicated officer who is also embedded to a degree with our provider of software so that we can speed up his learning and the process. But as Joel mentioned, it was really important to cleanse the data beforehand. So it's not true to say that nothing was happening. We just don't have the asset management plans as the auditors. And that's not new information for you, councillors. That's been an issue now for the last couple of years.
Mr. Bland.
I just follow on from that, and I guess when you look at the report, and we have now qualified report, and also I think the auditors are hoping to see no qualification needed on the report financial year. So when this comes up this time next year, that was fairly strongly supported by it generally, I think. It's really important that we're going down that track.
That exactly right. That was the only qualification. There was absolutely no other changes to the audit in terms of any financials.
Sorry.
Okay. Councillor Maidment.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Can I have an assurance that this will actually get done in the next financial year to a point where it's, if not completed, absolutely completed?
So we've outlined, and all things being equal, it's on track to be completed by this financial year. Those two, we've got about 6 asset classes, so they all have different timeframes, and you've all seen a picture of that table that shows when each of them will be due. So we don't want them all due in the same year. There'll be a rolling cycle from now on in.
Sure. I did have some
Yeah.
else in the report, but
Through the Mayor, you know, we can talk to this report today, but when we have our Roads and Infrastructure Committee meeting in December, the very similar report to the one that was provided to the Audit and Risk Committee is going to be at that meeting, which will sort of show a lot of the timeframes that we can anticipate things being completed. So
okay. My other question was in the liabilities section of this report, point 9, it says there were no contingent liabilities including 4, and then there's a list. Does that mean that there were none there, or they're just not included in this report? So we've had no contingent liabilities in this at all?
I'm just looking at the finance manager who said there's none at all.
None at all. Okay, thank you. Just to clarify that.
Other questions?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of page 63. All transfers to and from reserve funds, including accumulated surplus, have been prior authorised by council. So this is a blanket order at the end of the financial year. If there's excess, or you put it into the reserve fund or take it out,
It's just
because
for
it's
the
never been
treasury
presented to
policy.
council as an individual basis.
If you've got a specific question about something there, councillor Arthur,
Well, I'm just asking, how does that work?
as per the treasury policy, so, and it probably relates in our case mostly to CWMS. It's the only reserve that's actually active.
Yeah, well, CWMS is the main one and water. Right, it's interesting to note here, and I would ask how it actually comes about. The rate increase is actually 9.06%. Now, we do a valuation as of a set time. The rates are set on that. But we set the rates on evaluation. The only
We adopt the
adjustment-
valuation for the purpose of rating.
Yeah, that's right. And then the only adjustment on that should be downwards for those people that have had an increase of over 15%. So how can we go from a 6.8% increase to 9.06?
Yeah. And I'd indicate to councillors right now that I've always talked about the extra revenue to council as a way of describing better a rate increase. Given the amount of growth we've got or adds of new properties, I think it'll be prudent in the future to talk about it, not including that group of properties. I'll give that some more thought. I find some councillors' ways of saying they did not increase the rates to be a little bit disingenuous some days.
Your worship, BR4, which is a wrap up of last year, will be presented in December.
BR4 will be completed in December.
It'll be presented to council.
Presented to council. Okay, councillor O'Hara, the only one hasn't.
Hang on, I've got a couple more.
You got a couple more.
Yeah.
You'll take councillor O'Hara.
Under the key financial indicators, the state, this is partially due to reduced interest expenditure paid, the reduction. Now, would that be because we actually didn't finish a lot of work, so we didn't have to borrow? So that's why the interest, because we look at the financial report, the interest paid for the year or the finance cost is only less $1,000.
So generally that would be a point in time. I'm looking at the finance officer here, but it also, at the beginning of the budget, you'd be setting what you expect the finances to be. There are a couple of things that impacted us in a sense of how much we had to use. One was the cash flow and when our grants became available. So that was an imprecise science. You map it as best you can for the whole year, but we didn't draw on the CADs as much as we thought we would have to, that the cash flows most of the year, we probably mapped the worst scenario. So that's why that's slightly less.
Yeah, so that's really been a saving because work hasn't been done.
So
Like there's $3.79 million worth of work carried on from the 23-24, the 24-25.
I give credit to the staff for
26.
managing the cash flow requirements of this business.
Yeah.
I'd make the point in relation to Karkuma Road that I think it was only 16 months ago we were advised of a nearly $3 million federal grant for that. But the amount of cash flow management that arises out of the ability to finish that road basically now, it's quite incredible, and contract management and every other management. That's a large project in any council's things to be just lobbed after last year's budget process. You got another question, sorry. You got any more questions?
That's all.
I'm down to the last questions and Councillor O'Hara's the only one that hasn't asked and then he's not, he's shaking his head. So councillors, I need a mover and a second for a recommendation. Councillor Qualman's the mover. Councillor Maiden is the second. Any further discussion as debate? There is none. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to number 3, the annual report. Anyone? Someone prepared us to move it. It's an extensive document, councillors. Councillor Maber, you want to move that adoption of that report as required in the Act?
Yep.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor O'Hara. Councillor Maber, do you want to speak to that report?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. This is, as you said, quite a massive document. Now, from what I read of it, and I will admit I didn't get through all of it in the time frame, but what I read was the majority of it. very impressive, well put together. So that they've done a wonderful job. What I did have a question, or not really a question, it's a comment that it mentions in there about things to do and not quite the wording, but I haven't got it in front of me. I think we really need to look at youth mentoring. There's a section in there about the community and what we haven't done or are doing or on track. And that stood out to me as being, it had a big red mark there that hasn't been addressed. And, you know, that's just one of those things. We can't get to everything. But I think moving forward, youth mentoring is laxed in this district. And I think we need to address it quite predominantly in the next financial year if we can, or in the next year.
Very diligent reading the report, Councillor.
Yeah, so that stood out. But over and all, unless any other councillors have more comments, of course, but I think all in all, it's a pretty good document. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just picked up one thing, and it's in elected members training and development in the first statement. In the first paragraph, the cost detailed below include accommodation where relevant. The executive officer informed me that that's not necessarily required in this. What I would note is a couple of pages on, councillors, it does talk about interstate and international travel, and you'll see there elected members and staff are detailed with the dollars. So just people, we might just amend that little piece. Councillor O'Hara, you're the second. Do you want to speak? Councillor Roundtree.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Maidman. It's a really easy to read document. I thought it was well laid out. So congratulations to the team that put that together. I just have a couple of things. On the status key on page 13, it has a red dot that says deferred, a yellow dot for stable and a green dot for progressing. I found that a little vague or a little confusing when we normally use like completed as green, target yellow, deferred or incomplete red. I'm just wondering whether we could just language that we use further on in the document to be consistent would, I think, make that a bit easier. So the red dot would become deferred or incomplete, because some of them are not just deferred, they're just incomplete. Some items are deferred to the next financial year. Stable would be a yellow dot and a green one progressing. So that's on page 13. Then under infrastructure, built environment, should the yellow dot for review, update and deliver asset management plans for council's major asset classes be a red dot because of the audit, or is it we comfortable leaving that different? All right. On page 18 and elsewhere, we need to keep the language for council members to elected members. So on that page in particular, it says council members a lot instead of elected members. So that just needs to be picked up. And on page 68, I'm going to respectfully ask that that gender composition graph be removed, as I don't think it contributes anything meaningful to the purpose of the report, and it can actually be misinterpreted by readers. So I don't think it's necessary to have that one. It's the one where it says leadership sphere of influence 2/4. It's got pictures 2 female, 2 male. Of the executive team identify as female. I just don't think it adds anything, because why don't you say it identify as male? No.
We're pushed around.
So I just think I would like to see that.
This is an LGA request.
To put that gender document in and say identify as female. Why don't we say identify as male?
We can add that. That helps.
So you could say of the executive leadership team identify as female and identify as male. 50-50. I just think it's a confusing and open debate, and it adds nothing to the report.
I know.
I just don't think it's necessary.
But at the end of the day,
Is it an order from LGA?
The LGA have asked this occur now.
Have they asked? Have they asked, or have they made us any request? We can say no, because
we can change the terminology to male, female.
Good night. Sorry.
Well, okay, and I have 2 questions without notice, and I based on this report, just before we get to you, Councillor Main.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the question without notice that I'd like to put forward is a further breakdown of the $24,186 spent on legal matters under governance. I want to know what that's for.
Sorry.
Later.
So we're not in questions without notice at the moment.
It's in relation to the annual report though, so would you like me to bring it up in questions without notice?
Yes, I
All
think
right,
it'd be
can do that.
better done there, quite honestly.
Okay, all
You've
right.
got a second one, but we'll bring them up then.
Sure. Well, that's my only comments is
Yep.
around those three, the elected members' names, instead of council members on page 18. Looking at the dots and the colours for consistency in their identification, and then that leadership sphere of influence, I just thought not necessary. So thank you for that.
Right. Councillor Bland.
I just want to have a follow up on the gender one because, I mean, I haven't read anything about what LGA is thinking along that line. I get that they put a request in. My concern is that if we have to do that, are we trying to meet a quota?
No.
Right. So my concern is by doing that, it looks like we've got a 50-50 quota, and then all of a sudden we may have 4 senior management. We might have 3, 2, 1, whatever the mix might be. I just wonder, I think it needs a bit more of an explanation as to why we have to do it. I just find it, I just want to know what's the background. Because
So
we could
every-
end up with 4 male, 4 female, whatever mix.
Most organisations of any size report on the gender balance in their annual reports. Remembering the annual report is an external document promoting the district. One of the things that the local government and the CEOs of Gender Balance Group are looking at is particularly outdoor staff where it's very heavily male dominated. How do you get women into that industry? So it is about looking across the board. Does our workforce reflect our communities? And our communities are basically 50-50. So if we aren't reflecting our communities, is it something systemic within how we do things, or is it just a point in time? As you say, Councillor, but it was only 4 in the executive. It could be at any one time. It could be 4 and 0, 1, 3. It could be anything. But it's really just a reminder that are our processes attracting the right staff for the right positions?
So I would say through that, Mayor, that should be an internal thing and not necessarily something that's got to be reported on, because I think I would just like to see people who are qualified for jobs get the jobs, who are fit and capable to do the work get the jobs. And I think gender should have 0 influence on a person's capability. If there is a strong and a woman who wants to get out there and be part of the outside team, absolutely. But I don't know whether we necessarily have to be looking to fulfill quotas for
We haven't
jobs.
got quotas, Councillor.
But it sounds like it. That's what I mean.
No,
You're going to open
no,
conversation around this that we will probably end up defending in the community. And I don't know it's necessary to even have the conversation.
We haven't got quotas, would be my point.
Well, we're
No,
inviting
I'm
that
still-
conversation.
Well, we invite a lot of
Yeah.
conversations. Councillor Bland, have you finished? Sorry.
Yes, I have. I've answered my
Yeah,
question. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Peach.
Thanks, Mayor. Couple of questions and I'll comment on Councillor Antry. So in that infographic, it talks about contract and SAMSOA. What does SAMSOA stand for?
It's the agenda. It's the thank you, the EBA, I'm going to say.
So that is referring to those under the EBA? Yep. The page before it, it talks about 2 labour hire staff. What's the situation there, if I may ask?
So we have one person who works very part-time helping with the website. And we have one person very part-time in Tintinara who helps in the lab program because of their expertise.
So that is that done through a third-party labour hire organisation for both of those positions? Yep. Thank you. And I do agree with Councillor Antry. I think page 68 can go. I don't think it adds anything. We've got an imbalance in the inside staff. We've got an imbalance in the outside staff. And I think it doesn't add anything to the document.
Okay, anyone else? Not Councillor Moment, Councillor Arthur, sorry.
Yeah, just one.
Your little hand didn't move fast enough for me.
I was just asked yesterday with all the staff and the female, and they just asked the only thing that isn't there that is of relevance to a ratepayer is what is the indoor staff against the outdoor staff,
Ratio.
number wise.
It's in the annual report somewhere.
Sorry, not annual report, the annual
No.
business plan that
The
shows
business
in. So that data is in the annual business plan already.
Okay, if everyone's, we done?
Thank you.
The motion, Councillor Moment, you'll close.
All right, close.
Right, I'm
Thank
going to
you.
put the motion. All those in favour?
Are we doing it with the changes suggested by
Well,
Mayor?
no one suggested an amendment to me,
No.
so I'm sorry.
amendment.
I've
Sorry, then I'll
taken the
suggest-
motion.
But I thought when you, all right, happy to, I'd like to move an amendment then, so.
No, hang on. I'm putting the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion fails. Councillors Arthur and O'Hara were for the motion. Councillors Bland, Maidment, Beach, Roundtree and Qualman were against. So that was lost. I invite another motion. Yes, councillor Roundtree.
So I'd like to move that we accept the annual report with the changes suggested.
You need to detail that, councillor. don't you?
Removal of page 68, we'll probably just do it.
Yeah.
So removal of page 68, amending the word council members to elected members throughout the document, and consistent dot colours in the status key on page 13.
Councillors, I'm more than happy. So I'll get a seconder first. Councillor Peach, for this to be brought forward prior to this, I know that you only see that from Friday night, but you can inform me or the CEO at any stage of anything you're unhappy with. Councillor Roundtree, you can speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said before, I, wanted an opportunity to, I thought when we were discussing these comments, they would be made available on the screen as part of just their subtle changes, I guess. I've already spoken to them. I just think that the dot system needs to be representative of normally used so that it's clear. We moved a motion a while ago to refer to ourselves as elected members, not council members, and that is it.
Through the mayor, that is based on the elected members / council members is based on what has been adopted through the strategic plan, the community vision plan, which details council members, I believe. So that's why the wording has come across that way.
So do we need to fix it up in the community vision plan?
We're at consultation with that one for the moment.
All right, so in the document, it does say elected members in some places and it says council members in some places. So someone who isn't up to speed might think they're two separate groups, and we know that they're not. We just need to agree on the language and use it consistently. That's all I'm suggesting. And we had decided to move forward with elected members, so it would make sense to continue with elected members. And then,
Sorry, councillor, so with that comment there and the governance officer mentioning that council member is a word that's already used in the strategic document, can we put as appropriate, because there'll be some things that we will lift up. We don't want to change the wording from what's in the current strategic plan now because it's due for renewal early next year.
and why do we think that would matter if we change the language?
Okay. We can do that.
Councillor Peach.
And the last one was, oh, you've got up there 68. Yeah, thank you.
Was it just the two?
No, I think we've talked about through enough, Mr. Mayor.
There was one about the dots, the colours of the status key on page 13, just kind of keeping them consistent with the colours that are used throughout the document and the wording. So we deferred, stable and progressing. This is the first time I've heard us use the words deferred, stable and progressing in how we report on actions. Made no sense to me because we don't use it normally. I'd like us to use the language that we normally use in our report. I know it's pedantic and small, but it's just consistency. I always think if I, who has a knowledge of what goes on here, have to double read something, and if I'm not getting it, then I expect that people who don't have the benefit of sitting in this room would also struggle to understand what deferred, stable and progressing actually means.
Sorry, councillors, you're nearly closing. I'm just looking at the other
Okay,
councillors. Want to
close.
make any comment? So I'll take that as a closing one then. Yep. So is it on the screen again now? Okay, I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour? Councillor Peach was the seconder. Those against? It's carried. So with councillors Bowman, Roundtree, Peach, Maidman and Bland voting for it, and councillors O'Hara and Arthur voting against it, but it remains carried. Thank you. Number 4. D4, where's that? For budget review 1 financial year. Miles has left us. Someone wish to move that way, please, councillors. Councillor Roundtree. There a seconder? I need a seconder. Councillor Bland. Your discussion. Mr. Arthur.
Yeah, just questions regarding this. We've got the statement of comprehensive income. We've got the rates expenditure as per the budget, which was adopted as per the annual plan. Now, this is the first review of that plan. Am I correct there? Okay.
That's required, yes.
Right, we have got $3.9 million or $6.9 million worth of extra work that's come out of last financial year, which is going into this financial year, but not $1 of it has been put into adjusting the budget for this year.
I think it comes in a later agenda item today, if I remember.
And also, again, and this is a conversation that we've had many times, Councillor Arthur, some of it is around capital expenditure and some of it is around operational expenditure. And the only thing that's deferred is capital.
It's still an expense. You know, we're looking at this, which is not a budgeted item. You know, like this budget says we're going to spend, for example, 8,000 on material costs, and there probably might be another $2 million worth of work. So it'll be probably $10 million. It doesn't matter whether it's maintenance, capital or whatever. So when do we actually change the figures of the budget after they're spent?
Is it a later agenda item today, councillors? I'm just trying to remember where I've seen it today.
Bill, would you like to come up and answer Councillor Arthur's question, please? Because this is a question that comes up every year and there is carryover every year because capital doesn't get spent every year. It is a rolling, we'd really have a rolling cycle of capital expenditure.
Through you, Mayor. There's two components here, probably that I'll emphasise. One is the operating component. Your capital won't go through there because it doesn't. Accounting standards doesn't capture capital when you're operating. Capital goes in your balance sheet, and it's captured in the CapEx report. In the document BR1, there's the adjustments in the CapEx report. I'm not sure of the page number. Bear with me, I'll probably find it.
On page 7 of 11.
Correct, 7 of 11's got the adjustments of 3.792. So this is indicating the adjustments to the CapEx budget. Once approved, then finalised, they'll flow through. It'll flow through to the capital component of statements. You won't ever see capital in the operating side of the statement. So you won't see it in the income statement. They just don't belong there.
Right, what about page 2 of 11? Your cash flow from operating activities.
Yeah, through you, Mayor.
So you're going to have grant money come in for some of the jobs that'll be done, which is an income, and you'll have the work to be done as expenditure. So
both there may be in capital.
Changed.
Both there may be in capital.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So money, because we know it's coming, we put it in. Once the CapEx 3.792 or whatever that figure I quoted just previously, in finalisation of the final cost, it flows through. It's a bit like draft, I guess. Like once you approve it, it'll trigger the next part to it. If you don't approve it, then it won't flow through. But
these are approved projects.
Yep, and it will go
Okay.
through. In BR2, you'll see them.
Why isn't it now, when we know it, in review one?
Well, it is in there. You see it in your CapEx report. They're just not flowed through until the approval of that CapEx report. It's like a bit like following pieces of the puzzle. Once you approve the CapEx carryover or rollover, whatever you want to, the terminology you prefer, the 3.792, once it is approved today, it will flow through. So it's inconsequential. The figures will be updated with the 3.792.
So councillor, you've been a long and diligent follower of the finances, and sometimes we're never going to be able to quite understand capital versus operations, I think. I know it's difficult.
Strange system.
That's right. I don't disagree, but anyway, it was the system we've got. Any other questions? None. Councillor Roundtree will close.
I'll close.
So the motion is, as it reads on the screen, councillors, that we adopt the budget review 1 for the 25-26 year. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried. But with councillor Arthur being the only councillor that voted against it. Let's see. Making me do all the right, councillors. Number 5, Caniapan Community, this is 5, Caniapan Community Hub. Council receive and notes the 24/5 annual report from the Caniapan Community Hub. Someone prepared to move that way. Councillors Roundtree and Bland. Want to lead Councillor Roundtree on that?
I think the hub does a fantastic job down there, and I think it's a great report. I think the only thing that was lacking, it's a bit surprising that the author didn't mention that they do the rural women's circles there, because that's been a big part of the program for the year and 79 women involved. So yeah, I just thought that was odd that it wasn't in their report, but that's okay. The report is good and they do a good job, so I'm happy to.
Councillor Bland,
No, I think it's a terrific little organisation.
Any other
Thanks a lot.
discussion, councillors? Being none, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. Number 6, festive season funding support. Someone prepared to move the motion. Councillors, you've been to a workshop. Councillor Roundtree, you moving?
I am.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Qualman left the chamber
No.
on a conflict of interest process. Sorry about that. I need a seconder, councillors. Councillor Maidment. Councillor Roundtree, you want to lead?
Yes, I think this is actually a really nice thing to do. The fact that we've got some leftover money over in that particular budget allocation is a good fit for that. We're not going to be spending any more, and I think it's actually a really, really good idea that the team has come up with. So yeah, I support 100%.
Agreed.
Councillor Maidment, you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to agree with Councillor Roundtree, and yeah, so no, there's nothing really else to add with that.
Thank you. Any other councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say, just because we've got $10,000 we haven't spent, we're almost getting like a state and federal government. We've got to spend it, unless you mightn't get it again next year. There is ample opportunity at the present moment to get grants for this sort of thing through PIRSA. There's quite a few, and there's very successful. A lot of people have already got grants. Some areas have got 3 grants from PIRSA, and they're quite substantial grants. So they're just under $5,000. So, you know, I think Councillor O'Hara made a comment once before, a few years ago, that we get to the stage where everybody just comes to the council with their hand out. They don't get off their bum and do the work themselves. So I can't vote in favour of it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Maidment.
May I just make a comment?
You might make a response.
Make a response to that from Councillor Arthur. Yes, 10,000. We've got a budget there of 50,000 There's actually 20,000 left in that budget. So we're not spending all of that budget. We still have 10,000 odd dollars left. So just to clarify that for anyone who may be listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else doing a debate? Councillor O'Hara.
Yeah, I agree with councillor Arthur, actually. How many of these feel-good shows do we want to have? I mean, another $10,000, just, yeah, another 10,000. No. How many feel-good shows do we want to put on?
You want me to answer that?
Right, yeah.
No, I don't. I'm trying to determine what feel good means, councillor. That's my own trouble.
Well, we've got later on, we've got, you know, the ones that are, that wanted grants.
Yes, that's right.
And now
Never done the work.
coming in another door.
If you're answering councillor O'Hara's statement, councillor Bateman, I'll let you.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor. I think given that this community is struggling a little bit at the moment with drought and some algal bloom issues, I think if we have a feel-good project, even if it's just for this year, I think it's important. So that's why I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, councillor Bland.
I have a question in relation to the timing of these grants. And I may be misreading it or just assuming because we're coming up to what we call the festive season. There are a number of grants already going out, and I do agree with that. But we may also see a lot of issues in the second half of this financial year, and whether that money could be spread out, not just for the Christmas season. A lot of these events are already planned in most of the smaller the communities, and I don't have a great issue with doing, but all in one, and then we have this period of time where there may be events better, you know, supported into the third and fourth quarter. Just a point of view.
Okay. We're nearly done. Councillor Roundtree will close.
Thank you, Mayor. I just noticed that it does say in response to Councillor Bland, it does say that the criteria would be that the funding is to be used before 31 December, that if maybe we need to consider, so I mean, if there are projects that come in that are applicable to that particular timeline, then we probably won't use up all that money anyway. Or if we want to take the approach, and maybe something to look at later with the balance of this money as to whether we extend it out to the end of the financial year for other projects. But I did see it does say in there to be used by the 31st of December.
Yep.
I could get application for $30,000.
Well, it's only a $10,000. So the criteria that it would be assessed against would rule out something like that.
What is the actual criteria?
It's in the document, read it down.
I'm declaring
Really,
Seven.
very broad.
I am declaring the debate is over. Therefore, the recommendation or the motion is as it reads in the agenda, that council support the administration of the festive season funding support program and approve the total allocation of funding of up to $10,000. Put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Fantastic. 4 against. Ashley, I'm going to cast my vote in favour. So I'm going to declare that carried.
If I can I just ask a question about it? Because
certainly.
I know it's closed, but
Yep, you can ask a question now. Yeah.
can I ask why this hadn't come to us 6 weeks ago? Because now there's what, 5 weeks until the end of December.
The briefing, I thought we did the briefing.
Last week.
Thought we did the briefing.
Yeah.
I thought we did the briefing.
That was last week.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just recording this because I need to. Councillor Moment, you voted for that.
Yes, I did.
So that is carried, councillors. I'm looking for a break fairly soon, but 6, what have we done? You want to tackle that one on block, councillors, number 7? Can we find councillor, your father, councillor Bowman, please. I always have one of you that I can't remember the name. It's frustrating for me. Number 7. Councillors, we've got community grant sponsorship and funding, which has been put through a workshop process and councillors felt this was the outcome they want to see in the agenda. I understand as we get to them, you may think that you may be somewhat compromise, what's the word? May have a slight conflict of interest or that. If you wish to signify that, make a decision at that point, please tune in. So I am going to try and get this through and then we're going to have a break because this is a long list. But just note that I'm just an average member of the Kiminuk Amalgamated Pastime Club. Item 1. We're ready to go, Ash and Kim, because so councillors, you've had time to discuss this. I'm ready to roll. I'm going to start with number 1. Can I move that way, please? Councillors Qualman and Rountree. Want to speak, anyone? I'm going to ask just as a general, anyone want to speak?
No.
All right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Item 2, the council, this is in relation to the Menengi Progress Association. Someone move that way, please. I'm going to go with councillors Bland and Maidman, please. Discussion? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Number 3, this is in relation to St Luke's Church at Tailem Bend. Someone want to move that way, please. Councillors O'Hara and Peach. Discussion?
Just one point, Mr. Mayor. I just query whether we're actually not presenting supporting an entity here in a church rather than a non-for-profit organisation or a community-based thing. So I don't believe that council should be buying these grants to these sort of things. So I'll be voting against
it. It's noted, councillor, it is a not-for-profit, I'm told too.
I know they're not for profit, but they are an entity.
And that broad discussion was had at the workshop around that. This and one other. There's no other discussion. Put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? So that's carried. Councillor Arthur voting against it.
So I'll declare conflict of interest and leave the room as the public officer of the next
Public officer, Councillor Peach has left the room in relation to item 4. Before, this is in relation to the Tintinara Community Gym, which is no longer in council's orbit. Councillors Qualman and Rountree, I'm going to go with this one. Any discussion? I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Can we bring back in Councillor Peach? Number 5.
I am a general member on that committee, I just realised, so I attend their meetings, but not in any capacity.
Fine. Yep. Just $5,000 to the Tintinara Heart of the Parks, which is the railway station. Someone move that way, please. The councillors Maidment and Bland. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Number 6, the Canalpin Progress Association.
Have we just done one?
No. Councillor Maidment is the mover. Is there a seconder? Councillor Qualman.
Oh, I might have.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I was on the wrong one. I'm a member. I attend the Canalpin Progress Association meetings, not the gym. Sorry, I just went ahead of myself.
Right. Any discussion? With the motion, all those in favour? Thank Councillor Rountree, you're not voting, yes?
I.
No. Okay, carried unanimously.
I've got 'em.
Number 7. Tintinara Lions Club. Fill me full of donuts. Councillor Maidment. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bland, any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Roundtree, you voting?
Yes, right.
Carried unanimously. Number 8, Menengi Active Kids. Councillor Bland. Councillor Roundtree is the seconder. Any discussion? Not, put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Number 9, to the Menengi Sailing Club. Councillor O'Hara and Councillor Roundtree. Any discussion? The motion, all those in favour? Carried unanimously. Number 10, to the Peak Community Centre. Councillor Roundtree and Bland. Is there any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Number 11, Tailem Bend Revival Church. Put the sorry, I need a mover, sorry. Councillors Roundtree. For a seconder. Peach. Councillor Peach is the seconder. Any discussion? All those in favour? Those against, Councillor, that's carried. But with Councillor Arthur voting against that one. Number 12, sorry, there's a note here on this one, Ashley. What do I take from this note? Pending the outcome of item 10.6, festive season funding support program.
Now they approved the funding support program for the festive season. This will likely be eligible under that program. So it's probably not necessary for you to move this motion.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
Because the previous item 10.6, you approved a festive season funding support program.
Yes.
This one is probably not required. It's effectively become a double up. Everyone understand that? And I understand, looking at the officer at the back, I think that's all, it's all fine. So I would just say not required. I'm going to write on my notes. But I thank them for their interest, and Street Parade will be on again. Okay. Thank you for your perseverance, councillors. Coorong Health Advisory Council. I'm going to go a little bit longer because I'm on a roll now. We're ready for Coorong hack, as we might describe it. There's a recommendation that council nominates the following elected members and forwards the nominations to the Coorong Health for their consideration. So they will choose one of the two. Is that my understanding? So Councillor Bowman has been out, one of our reps for a long time, and you are retiring, councillor.
Thank you. Yes, I am.
Thank you for your very considerable service in that role, I think. And
Appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
no. Thank you for your time there. So councillors, I've got 2 vacancies of which they will choose one. Who wants to nominate? Councillor Bland,
Question.
you have a question?
Have we always had to put 2 nominations up? I don't remember that being a requirement of the hack.
Through the chair, under their constitution, that's what they require. It may have been that we didn't read the constitution properly previously.
Okay. I just didn't remember it happening like that before, and whether they were just asking, that's all. It's unusual. Don't have to.
So
And just a reminder, councillors, once you're a member of an incorporated body, you are part of that incorporated body. You may have elected to the local government, but you can't be a local government representative, if that makes sense. You are actually then a member of the committee.
Yes, that's how the school works as well. Correct.
okay, I'm looking for a couple of nominees. If you want a couple, Councillor Roundtree,
Can I nominate councillor Bland? please?
you can do whatever you like. Councillor Bland is a nominee, and I'm looking at her and thinking if you want to stand or want to be on offer.
I'll just leave the name there at the moment and see what else comes out of the
Well,
woodwork.
who else would, councillors, you can nominate each other. Councillor Maidment,
Mayor, I would like to nominate councillor Roundtree for this one.
right.
I was going to nominate you, councillor Maidment.
Well, I'm going to go to councillor Roundtree. Are you prepared to be one of the nominees?
I will, yes, if, depending on councillor Bland. says.
Can I just ask for clarification? You're already a member?
I am,
I'm happy to stand.
thank you.
Does anyone else wish to be nominated so we can have a vote? We're not rushing.
But we don't have to do the vote here, do we? They.
I know, but if there's a third or fourth councillor wanting to, we'd have to have a little vote.
Everybody's rushing for this one.
Okay. I'm going to take it that both councillors Bland and Roundtree want to be the named on this recommendation. Is someone move that way, please? Councillor May, just move quickly. Is there a seconder? Councillor Peach. Is there a debate, councillors? You want to lead, Councillor May?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, just a comment really, it would be really, really good if this council, Health Council, ran in our terms of government, because I seriously would have put my hand up for this, but it runs for 3 years and we've only got a year left of our term here. So that's why I didn't, because you don't know what's happening in the future.
That's a good point, actually.
It's a state.
It's a
committee.
statement, unfortunately.
Okay, councillor Qualman, you want to say something?
It's-
As a
thank you.
retiring delegate.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm retiring and it's with regret. I enjoyed the comradeship and I'm something that is a valuable cornerstone of our local region and community and the importance of trying to keep our poor struggling health system going. And as we know, it is struggling, it's not doing the best and it could be doing a lot better. So however, I have all the confidence in the nominees who put their hand up and I wish them well in the new role. Just speaking on the terms, Mr. Mayor, we used to only have 3 years for local government and that's probably where it did line up, but now we have 4 years, so it goes out of line.
Really long time council member. You only had 2 originally.
Yeah, when the first was on.
Given we're at the 3 or 4 year mark today.
We used to swap the mayor around between Canalpin and Biddy.
That still might happen. Righto, does anyone else want to enter debate? So we would be nominating councillors Bland and Roundtree for the consideration of the Coorong Health Advisory Committee. Everyone's happy with that? Who's closing? Councillor Moment is closed. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The motion is as that just said. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimous. Number 9, CEO recruitment process. Councillors, this process will be about to be underway. If you approve this, we need to start. What I would say just before we start is over time, I understand sometimes it's best to have a small panel. What I've always found is that then people who are not on the panel feel a little bit left out. So my position would be that it would be good if we had all of council as the panel. But that's up to you as the chamber.
I'd agree.
And we'd be ready. We're just about ready to start the process of selecting a recruitment agency by a limited tender process. Councillor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. I'd like to move that we, in point 2, create that as all elected members and 1 independent community member.
I'm just thinking through, I'm looking at the executive.
Yeah.
All elect members. The elected members is the easy part of that. Who, what, where, why would we select an independent community member? My broad question. Expressions of interest process.
Yeah, but also.
Is it allowed in the Act? Probably my question.
It's actually a stipulation of the Act as one of the requirements, but if you don't do the other, you can do either or.
So the one that, this is why point one's there, is that point one can deal with that independent member.
There may be, and I know they're not community members, you've got 3 independents on the audit risk, and maybe one of those might be an option.
So councillor, are you still leaving point one?
Yes, I'm happy to discuss my suggestion at point 2, because I'm aware that the time constraint to appoint somebody is the limit with it, but I'd just like to have somebody involved that's not us and not local government. That's where my thought is that somebody's got business experience, or some other sort of experience that can bring an outside perspective is my suggestion. If other councillors don't feel that way, that's fine, it's just my suggestion.
Mr Mayor, I think it's the responsibility of elected members to appoint the CEO and, you know, to an independent community member. Who you gonna get, how you gonna get, what's the qualifications, where they're gonna come from our community. It could be, you know, there could be 15 people that are right for the job. How you gonna pick one? Just your mate or whatever? So I believe it's a responsibility of the elected members, and to hand pass it out to someone else is just a dereliction of your duty.
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor, through you, I'm still planning on turning up to this meeting if we are all on it, so I don't think it's dereliction. I think it provides an outside perspective.
All elected members will be there. It's
Well,
just
why not get an independent member to look at it, not us?
because I think having a community member
Ah.
brings buy-in. I don't think it hurts to have, I will support this and I'm happy to second it, but I don't think that this in any way detracts from our duty to appoint someone. It simply just adds another perspective, which I think could be useful. I'm happy to.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the executive officer. The process of then selecting or electing a independent community member is, how would this work within a committee of council? Because this is a committee of council. Yeah, because point one is you have the independent, is a recruitment agency. That's what gets picked up in that process.
Mr Mayor, if I
Just
may.
hang on, I'm just going to look at Ashley and picking her mind.
Hey.
No.
Charmaine's there too.
Yeah, I will pay it something.
So you would need an EOI process to assist council in its decision. Can we incorporate someone outside of council in this process, given it's confidential?
So
Mr Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
if I may, the Act specifically allows for it.
Yeah.
It says the council appoints at least one person who is not a member or employee of the council to the selection panel. And you don't have to, you can go with 4AB instead of 4AA. The Act specifically allows for this occurrence.
Yeah, but the Act doesn't specify how that person's selected.
No.
An
And
EOI
the
would.
general assumption of that process is that the recruitment company be the independent.
Through you, Mayor, is there anything stopping us from approaching a person we think would have the skills to
How would we
the
do
job?
that?
Or a discussion amongst ourselves as someone we feel would be appropriate?
I would note the power you're inferring in someone that's not elected to this process. The one responsibility you have as a group of elected members is to choose and decide the future of the CEO. I would just note that.
Mr Mayor, if I might, I've been on a number of panels over the years, and I'm actually in favour of seeing an independent on the panel, because I think we have a mindset of local government sitting here, and I know we have different knowledge, but I would welcome an outside view, particularly from our own council area, if possible. I get that we have an independent member, and we have an audit committee, etc. However, it would be good to have someone who has knowledge of our community with a number of skills. I'm not talking skill-based person to be able to support that. Now, if we have to go to an EOI, I have no problem with that. I don't believe the independent whomever it is that we employ to assist us, or whatever group we employ to assist us in this process, can be seen as an independent member.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, look over here. You'll have to wave. I have.
Councillor Arthur,
Don't we have an independent at the present moment on there? It's not a local community member, but it is the, in last instance, it was Henders.
Yeah.
Representative from
And they're-
Henders who started the process,
They're
went,
paid.
vetted the applications and then presented those limited amount of applications to the council. So you've got an independent on there, and that is part of the act to say that you must have an independent when you're doing it. But to have a community member, as I said, I just think you're dodging your own responsibility.
so an option would be, once the recruitment company is appointed, and that doesn't necessarily have to come back to council, I don't believe.
Or not. Has in the past.
It can, but drags the process a bit.
We can have a
We
special
we
meeting.
could ask as an addition in the process whether they could just run a limited expression of interest process for us. The independent. Just on councillor Arthur's point, sorry, requirement of the previous goes con. That being some. So this is a little fraction different at lines of the newer act. But I don't disagree with what you're saying. Okay.
Couple of
And that's the main,
suggestions.
sorry, yeah.
Sorry, couple of suggestions if I may.
Questions, I'm still open.
Okay, with the wording of point 2, maybe if we put a point, all interested elected members, because not everybody may be, and they may not want to be on it. So if they're interested, well, that's great. On
I'm trusting you.
consideration.
I'm trusting.
Oh, yeah. Or words to that effect. The other thing is, given time constraint on this actual recruitment process we've got, whether we not make a decision on the independent community member and have a workshop on it for this time round to put it in afterwards. Because there's obviously lots of questions going around the room about this.
If for some reason it wasn't possible, we'd come back to you. At the end of the day, I don't see that's impossible. It's the way that person is
It can be done.
Expression of
bound.
intent.
Yeah,
And that just might be in addition to the recruitment agency process as totally independent of us. That might be the best way. So, councillors, as it reads on the
that's
screen,
pursuant to you whether you want to change
Just-
that
Mr.
motion.
Mayor, can I just ask, we're going to vote on an independent community member, which I disagree with. My next question was, you vote on that, you accept that. What are the skills that you're going to look for in this community member to sit on this panel? How are you going to invite the invitations for it? It's going to have to be advertised. It's going to be, who's going to do the interviewing of the applicants?
That's why I said a
And
workshop.
what skills are you going to put that are required on the application? Because you must have some sort of skill base required, not just being a local community member. I don't think that is back of it.
you want to add an independent community member skilled in
I,
recruitment? I know you don't want to add anything.
no, Mr. Mayor, I will be voting against
I
it
know that, but I'm trying
because
to,
I don't believe we should be
I know.
taking our responsibilities to somebody else.
At the moment, it could be anyone. I'm accepting that. Councillor Roundtree, you are the seconder.
Thank you. In response to councillor Arthur's concerns, I think he needs to stop saying we are shirking our responsibility, because the first line is that all of us will be on this committee. So all of us are on the committee. No one is shirking a responsibility. I really don't understand the opposition to having an outside point of view on this process. I just don't understand why. I mean, all of these concerns that you have are just issues that need resolving and are all resolvable issues. None of them are impediments to moving forward. They're just issues that we will find an answer for. So I don't understand why you're so against having a community person be on this committee as well. It can all be done. It can all be done in the timeline. All your questions have answers. But if it's a personal view that you don't want to see a community person there, that's your personal view. But I can see that there are a lot of advantages to having an outsider, not a paid person like a consulting, a recruitment company, but a person that lives in our district. And I don't expect we're going to be inundated with people wanting to be on this position. I don't think we're going to be interviewing 15 people for the role, but it would, if no one puts their hand up, then the job's done. But if only one person puts their hand up, then that's an easy thing. So I just think it makes sense. I don't see any detriment to doing it.
Mover and seconder, in the words, one independent community member would be happier with one independent suitably qualified community member.
Well, then that invites.
Well, I'm looking at the mover and seconder.
I just suggest even if we didn't do that, if we put something in there that basically said that with the expression of interest for to outline the relevant experience and background in a one-page document, something like that.
Yeah, well, that's where the suitably qualified comes in.
Well,
Relatively qualified, Mr. Mayor, what's that? I mean,
I don't know that I'd.
Probably more than the qualifications of us.
Suitable experience, not qualification. Suitable experience.
Or experience work better, because qualifications says things like you need an MBA or you need a doctorate or something. So if experience means that they're in the business world and they've had lots of, they've done
Sort of experienced community member.
an experienced community member.
The mover and seconder are happy with that addition.
And we might not even get anyone
Yeah,
who
right.
wants to do it.
Oh, we need to wind up. We've had enough.
Oh, you get some.
The mover and seconder are happy with what's written.
Yes.
Aye.
And
Is
sorry-
everyone,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
we'll close in a second.
If I could just clarify, Councillor Moment suggested the word interested elected members. Could we just perhaps clarify that all,
No, we don't have to clarify.
you're happy with that to go ahead and clarify that at a
Well,
later
if
point?
councillors choose not to come to a meeting, it's their choice. Always their choice. It's a turn-up business. I've experienced, and I'm with Councillor Bland here for a while, people who aren't on the panel always feel
Left out,
Left out.
Yep.
And so I'm happy, and if you don't choose to come, that's fine, but I don't find there's a problem.
just so that in terms of just process, to be fair to those, for whatever reason, are not able to come or choose to come, that just basically advance warning that they won't be attending any meetings would be appreciated. I think. I'm just making that comment from a
Same as any other day, Councillor.
point of view.
Okay, Councillor Peach, you'll close.
I'll close.
Okay, everyone's aware that we've just added that little piece in there, suitably qualified community member. Put that motion, those both parts. All those in favour? All those against? It's carried with councillors O'Hara, Bland, Peach, Roundtree and Bowman, I presume, Brenton. I didn't actually look in your corner.
Thank you.
For it. And councillors Arthur and Maidman against. Carried. Councillors, what time have we got the next
Need the
thing
ladies.
today,
anyway, so-
appointment?
1:30.
I'm proposing, when we expect lunch at 1, do we? Can I just have a 5-minute break, please, everyone? Yeah, I'll like to start the meeting again. What, 5-minute break, back at 12:05.
Probably do number 10, pretty easy. Right, 5-minute flag.
The run.
Had a fair load of bitumen on the other day, mate. I bet you they didn't have any left when they got home.
It's taking her up and let it go.
Yeah, well, that's nothing.
Yeah,
look at that.
my snack box.
So it's just.
My snack box,
Then you go stand there, like, area.
You know, I love that sort of stuff, except when I start drinking beer, because that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you do a big.
Well,
we've got to get rid of the colour.
Now we're on.
What does that mean? Kim, we're live? CEO.
Mr Mayor, just before we go on, shouldn't we now, seeing that's passed, pass a motion on what we'll be looking for the independent member?
I think we'd ask the successful tenderer what the process would be the simplest.
Well, if you're going to put a tender out or an application out, you've got to have
Yeah.
after something you're after.
Well, it would be in addition to the previous motion, to the expressions of interest for the limited tender around the recruitment process, to see the simplest process for that. That's how I would see it. We've got no lights. That means we're live. Thank you, councillors. We'll resume at, I've got a lot of trouble with those 5-minute breaks, so I don't even get 12:12. Councillors, as you're aware, item 10 involves myself as a material interest, so I will vacate the chair and let the Deputy Mayor take over.
Thank you, councillor Bland. Item 10, before we get to the recommendation, are there any questions of administration from the report? There being none, is a councillor prepared to move the recommendation as it is? Thank you, councillor McCormick, a seconder. Thank you, councillor Roundtree. Councillor McCormick, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members, we've done a bit of a workshop. We've been out on site to visit this particular closed road. This involves a few steps, as is written in the report, so I'm gladly moving it and look forward to go out to public consultation as per the recommendation.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak to the motion?
No, all my questions are explained in the document. It was well put together, so thank you for all that information. I'm happy with that.
Thank you, councillor Bland.
I'm just interested in the timeframe to seek a value on the road reserve.
Director?
Through the chair. I mean, the principle is if council, after the consultation, approves the sale, the sale will be on the basis of an independent valuation. So I won't necessarily be presenting. I'm going to be on the basis of an independent valuation, which would be part of a process that could take quite a period of time. I mean, getting the valuation isn't necessarily going to take a lot of time, but going through the next step could take a period of time. But once that is all approved by council, then the owner has the confidence to be able to talk to any prospective developers about acquiring land and about potential for divide land. But yeah, again, I mean, as per these types of transactions, it's agreed an independent valuation, and that is the price.
I'm going to ask the $64,000 question now. Should someone not associated with this road be interested in that strip of land? I know it's a $64. What is the process?
That would be presented to council, and council will decide whether that's a matter that influences their decision or not.
Just a thought that went through my head.
Thank you, councillor Bland. Any further questions or debate on this item?
Deputy Mayor, I'd just like to support this. It's been going on, an ongoing saga for as long as I've been on council, and that's a long time. And it also works in with the motion that Councillor Mann made probably 8 or 9 years about council looking at closing some of the roads that we don't need. And I think we've only done one, and that was down our way, and we got free rubble in exchange for the shutting down of the road, because you must have a value on the portion of land. So I support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, councillor Arthur. Any further councillors speaking?
Councillor
Councillor O'Hara?
Deputy Mayor, I just have a bit of a problem whether it's confined to Clandine, or do we intend to put it on the open market?
No, it has to go right out.
Through the chair,
Thank you, Director.
your council's disposal of land and other assets makes it very clear you have options, so you don't have to go to the open market. In a situation where it is perceived that the land has no value or purpose other than to the owner of the surrounding land, in this, in this case, one landowner, you're entitled to deal solely with that landowner. In fact, the policy doesn't require you to go to consultation, but in this case, because of the nature of the ownership, we're erring on the side of caution, we're going to consultation.
Totally.
Everything is in accordance with the policy.
Councillor O'Hara, does that answer your question? Anything further?
Sort of, yeah.
It's not always an advantage of your council.
Councillor Moment, did you wish to speak to the motion?
No, I'm quite happy to go with
Thank
this,
you.
so yeah, no, that's fine.
Before I call on the mover to close, can I just clarify that this, sorry, councillor Arthur?
Just that motion, I always thought that we clarify that we support this and it be sent to public consultation. That doesn't really say that. It says will be subject to public consultation, the following to be referred to council for decision. If we're making a decision today, we should be making a decision today about sending it, supporting it and sending it to public consultation. Otherwise, we've got to come back,
Thank you.
another motion to send it for public consultation.
No, I don't think you do.
Councillor, do you wish to vary the motion?
Yeah, I can't because it's councillor Coleman's motion, yeah.
But would you wish to suggest some words that councillor Coleman might be able to?
Yeah, or councillor Roundtree, and others do, yep.
What are your words?
What do you want to do?
Well, to the motion that it's sent for public consultation now, rather than have to come back later and go to public consultation.
You want to take out the word subject?
Sorry?
Will be sent to a public consultation as against will be subject to.
Yeah.
So it gives you the positive move versus subject. I don't know if there's,
Well, it's a move of getting things
Variation.
going in the.
yeah, and in terms of our director, whether that word is appropriate.
So then it should say sent to public consultation.
Hang on, sorry.
Prior to.
So- Will be sent to public consultation, will be released for a public consultation period. And the end of the sentence probably needs some tidying up too, because following to be referred to council for decision doesn't make a lot of sense. Following the consultation to be referred to council. The director, Miles, do you have a comment?
Yeah, not perfect wording, I agree with you. I thought though, councillor Arthur, what you were getting at was that there should be an indicator, supports.
Well, my, after the consultation, it would be council supports this proposal and sends it out for public consultation.
Are the mover and seconder happy to vary the motion to that effect?
Yeah, that'd make more sense. Thank you.
That's all right, that's all
I
right.
suppose
The golf principle.
I suppose in these circumstances, I was trying to be overly cautious.
Thank you.
It was a good report.
Can I just clarify before we do proceed, was the live stream on for the entirety of this matter? It was, thank you. Okay, is there any further debate? Councillor Coleman, do you wish to close?
Yes, I wish to close. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. I'll hand the chair back to the mayor. If somebody could invite him back in, please.
That's good.
Sorry, could we just go back up to the previous one?
Number 10's done.
Just one moment. Declared material conflict of interest.
James, that up top.
If we just put in there that he declared a material conflict of interest. Material.
Number 11, councillors, are we ready to roll? Intention to grant a sublease railway land at Tintinara. This is in relation to the Action Club, councillor, so we don't confuse it with the next item. Councillor Peach.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move, and I do have a question, so.
All right. There a seconder first and foremost.
I also have a question, happy to second.
Okay, start with councillor Peach as the mover.
Thank you. My primary question, which will be followed by a second, is why is the period of lease terminating in 2030? That's outside of our policy. Is that to do with dip tie requirements?
Always.
Because it's a sublease.
Sublease.
So the maximum period of time that we can release is 5 years. Okay. And is there any reason why this would not roll over in a much more efficient way than it has currently? At that point in time, is there any?
Through the chair, I think now that a number of things have been sorted out through this process, I would expect it to roll over more efficiently.
And Mr. Mayor, I spoke to the Action Club president last night, and I'll just paraphrase his response. What the heck? There's certainly been a bit of misunderstanding, miscommunication around the public consultation side of things. They were of the view that we'd just done one because we put the RV side out for public expressions of interest. Through you, Mayor, could I just ask why that was done as a separate process to this?
So this was I would imagine it was an expressions of interest around who could be the successful person to sublease, and then, as has been inserted 20, 30 years ago into the Local Government Act, because we would be the middleman here, we then have to go to the public consultation at general. Is it how I'm looking, Ash?
No,
Miles, yeah.
The request regarding the RV park effectively was to it was solely related to the RV park, not the broader lease area, and it had to be. We can't deal with one entity and not ask wider community, is there anyone else interested? And we did that, and that's what that public consultation is about. This is public consultation about the lease. Two related.
So I may again through you, Mayor, given that they established the RV on their lease and that we weren't informed of it prior to it going out, why was it done in that way? As a separate, so the Action Club established the RV side of things on their previous leasehold. It was part of what they were doing. And the first the community knew about it was when it turned up on Facebook.
I would take that on notice and provide advice on that.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just on this RV park, that RV park wasn't set up by the Action Club. It was set up by the development group, the Men's Shed and the Lions. It used to be a jungle in there. The second part is there's never been a lease on that portion of land, as well as the Men's Shed. All we had from the department was a right of entry. There was never ever a lease signed for those two areas. The original lease that the Action Club had was virtually the lake and the surrounds on the other side of the weighbridge. But all the rest, there's only now, even still now, I suppose, is right of entry. If that right of entry is, I don't know if it's gone out, but run out. But I would have thought that within the process of doing this, because the men's shed haven't got an actual lease, although they've got a period of place, they've actually, and part of that, complex now is part of the disc golf course, which of course is council's. And a lot of that's running on land that we, according to the leases, we don't have. So this probably needs a little bit of tightening up with that thing. Yep.
Councillor Roundtree has a question.
Yeah, so I noticed that the lake itself is not included in all of this. Was there ever a consideration of handing the lake to the club? Did they ever want it? Would it be something we can hand over the response? I know it causes council a fair bit of grief.
So in the monitoring and looking after the lake, I think a motion was passed last year that the lake would remain within council because of the risk involved, and generally you couldn't pass that risk on to a subleasee. It's about the risk of the lake.
Okay,
I've actually got a question about that later, but it was passed in December 23, that motion.
Right. When they talk about the club imposing fees for campers, do we know what sort of fees they're considering and how that plans to be done, how they plan to do it?
Mr. Mayor, may I speak to that because I did discuss this last night?
You're saying you'd like to know what the club knows. I don't know if the councillor's speaking for the Action Club, but if you've got some information, yes.
Can we suspend?
No, I don't think we need to yet. Just speak to what the Action Club may do, councillor.
And be clear, I'm not speaking for the Action Club. I'm just relaying some information that two members gave to me last night. Was that they would look to do pay wave, and subject to another meeting of the Action Club, they would look to reinvest that money back into the area being used for the RV park to continue to improve that, separate to their other functions. But that's still a decision they need to make.
Does that answer your question, councillor Bland?
A Roundtree, yes.
And also, sorry, Mr. Mayor, the Action Club did build the toilets there because the council couldn't afford to buy them. They build them. They do maintain them. They do look after them, and they don't get. Unfortunately, they're not smart enough to apply for the $1,000 from the council to
They choose not to, councillor. They choose not to, and the toilets be to the back of the building.
So they have got quite an expense there just in the toilets.
Councillors, in the midterm, you need to consider the relationship between public lands that are leased or not leased, various sporting and other clubs, and who's responsible, particularly for toilets.
I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Mayor. If I
I'm
might
not. I'm
raise my
sorry.
hand here and say
Try
that
me on your confusion. That's fine.
it's not unusual, but anyway. The sublease is over the land adjacent to Lake Indawarra. I'm just trying to work that out from the map because it's got lots of red lines around it, which seems to be a fully inclusive other than Lake Indawarra. So is all of that land sublease, or is it only part of the land? And what is the impact if it's only part of the land? I'm confused.
Justin, I mean, to me, it would be all the land that's inside of the red line, excluding Lake Indawarra, and there's obviously a hatched piece in the middle on the map, which would show, I would say, access to Viterra's facility, which would be a different place.
We're just trying to pick up on the conversation around what is actually subleased and the stuff that the discussion Councillor Arthur had around land that we just have been utilising, whether it be disc golf or whatever now is included in some of this. So I'm assuming it's all subleased. 5 years. Yeah.
As per DIT's requirements.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
What we call DIT railway land.
All under the same category, that's all.
That's right. Right.
Just council land is right there. I'm just wondering, is everything inside the red line except Lake Indawarra what the Action Club intend to lease? Well, that's completely wrong.
Correct. I clarified that again last night.
For a start, you've got some railways land there, where the big pile is. You've gone around Viterra, which is all right. So, I think it needs filling up and then go to public consultation.
Councillors, I'm going to ask that you we need to get our lands and leasing officer and give him 5 minutes. Perhaps we just adjourn this item for a while, please.
No problem with the lease, just make sure we get it right for them.
Just adjourn this item to the completion of the decision reports, please. Someone move that way, please. Councillors Bland and Qualman, I'll go with. Yeah. All those in favour of an adjournment for that one? Otherwise, you're going to get confused. Carried unanimously.
Here is.
Justin, I'm going to let you some time to think about the maps now. We've adjourned that for a little while. Just I'm going to leave it in adjournment. And Miles, can you sort of work it out between yourself what the...
Well,
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff.
Well, I was going to move along with the thing. And perhaps to help, the meeting's all right with the next one in sublease of the Tintinara Railway Station under the sort of the same outline. Everyone in the room okay with that? Councillor Roundtree?
Yeah.
Moving that way?
Yeah.
Second to Councillor Peach. Everyone understands what that is. It's very similar.
Yeah.
Include the same processes.
DSFP.
Any discussion or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm just finding it hard to work out why all of a sudden the leases we have with DIT or the Crown, it's 2030, where we only just negotiated these. And I would have thought, which probably would have been about 7 years, I would have thought, because these were out of date, about 6, 7 years ago. Why is it such a limited lease agreement now?
Councillor, but what I would say in a general sense in relation to railway land is that
This is not railway.
well,
This is DIT.
it's considered.
No, this is DIT.
It's a DIT land, but it's considered within the purview of ARTC or Horizon as well. And you would note in other parts of the agenda how difficult anything to do with railway land is. So just in a minute note that Justin's entered the building. We've moved on to the next item around the Tintinara grant sublease, Justin.
Yes.
So if we just put aside the other one for a minute. Question from the councillors is there a different or overriding lease arrangement now happen with, we'll call it DIT railway land if we can, that's just come into effect, and the limitation on number of years that the lease is possible?
Yes, so we have renewed all of the railway leases, and that was finalised this time last year. I think they were supposed to have 9 years on the lease, but years have just whittled away dealing with DIT. So that's when they expire. So that's all signed, sealed. That's it. They wouldn't, when we had initial discussions with them, they would not do it for any longer because this land is not surplus land to them. However, they said, I don't know how their systems work. They said, when we get to 2030, we think this land might be surplus to us, for us. So I think they were indicating that they may even want to sell it to us then, or for longer term leases. So that's the reason of the timelines.
Contamination.
Does that ask you, Councillor Arthur,
Yeah.
roughly the parameter around this motion? And
Yeah, well, they were. It used to be originally 42 years, I think, weren't they?
But they were,
Original one.
but it was, so anything longer than 10 under the state government rules and regulations or whatever was seen as a disposal.
Yeah.
Even though it's a long-term lease. So that's why it could only be 9 years.
that help you in relation to the item we're dealing with, which is the number 12 at this stage, councillors? That's why the limitation on the term. that's the case, councillor Roundtree and Peach, the motion is as it reads. You'll close if everyone's happy with that. The motion is as it reads in item 12. I'm sure, aren't I? Yep. And I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Can we revert back to 11 now, please? Done it.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move a motion without notice that we resume item 11.
Sorry?
I said I'll move a motion without notice that we resume item 11.
Be good. That'd be good. As a seconder, councillor Roundtree, put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Number 11. There's some questions in the chamber around the map, Justin, and where it extends to, or should, or could, or would. Can you assist us?
Yes, I've had meetings with the Action Club and gone through different areas. Is there a particular area that concerns anyone?
I'm just looking at the total area you've got here, which is the area running right back virtually to the access road into the men's shed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to lease all that? Plus
Yes.
the other portion, which is part of what the men's shed use at the present moment, then down into the proposed, well, that's where the RV park is more so than on the shaded area, and then right back to the old dumping quarry. That's fine, but I'm just, at the present moment, there isn't no lease on a lot of that land. It's only right of entry, isn't it?
Yep, and so
Yeah.
that's the next one on my list, is to sort out the men's shed and then we're done there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the present moment, we have no lease for that.
No,
And I'm quite happy with the Action Club to take it up, because at least they'll keep it.
and that was they'll maintain it for you, so that's
And also, while you're at the portion up on the top left hand of the corner.
Yeah.
Actually, the council has care and control right back to past the the old signal box, which is it's not on this map, it's further back.
Yep.
And then it cuts into actually ARTC line. Yeah, so
And-
the men's shed keep all that
if we can,
mode at the present.
oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
maybe
their area.
need to talk to the,
Yeah.
if we can just bring up the map, if I can just point, so that,
Can't do it.
We're in live streaming.
Want to have a look?
okay, no, that's okay. So this portion here, if everyone can see, is actually weird. It's road reserve. So at some stage, we can give the Action Club, if we want to, a permit to use that road reserve, but we've just kept it simple and used the actual land titles. That makes sense.
Yeah, so
That's the reason why that's a bit odd.
the piece in the top left-hand corner that's trees adjacent to Northcote Terrace
Yeah.
is
it's all
actually road
a big
reserve.
road
That's why the
reserve.
map looks a little bit
Yeah.
unusual.
Yeah.
And I'm taking account of what you said, councillor Arthur, around a solid brick building, which is probably signals. So the map is as determined by Action Club in consultation with us.
Correct. Yep.
All right?
That's fine.
Councillor Peach, you just wanted to add something at some point.
I think I look forward to going to consultation, and I think Action Club are looking forward to it being finalised. So
They're not the only ones. Okay. If there's no more questions, the motion's still sitting with councillor Peach and councillor Roundtree. Does anyone else want to, before we close? You'll close?
Close.
Okay, so the recommendation is as it originally read, councillors, item 11. I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you all.
Number 13. Fee waiver community groups policy review. Questions? 1 o'clock, councillors, is when we'll break for lunch regardless of it. Okay. 'Cause we've got workshops at 1:30 and 2. And then after that, we could resume the meeting if required.
No, there's a governance meeting at 3 till 5.
Well, we're going to determine which is more important. I'm at number 13. Questions?
I'm happy to move the motion.
Right, councillor Roundtree moves.
Councillor Peach has already done it. I'll second it.
Oh, he hasn't yet.
It's on the.
Who is the seconder? Councillor Peach. Council adopt the revised fee waiver policy as amended, as tabled. Any discussion around that? No discussion, someone's going to close. For you.
Close.
So the motion is as it reads in the recommendation. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried with councillor Arthur being the only councillor against it. Number 14, funding policy review. Councillors, someone prepared to move that one? Councillor Peach, you moving that way?
Indeed.
For a seconder. Councillor Bland. Any discussion, councillors?
Mr. Mayor, this went through the working group. Quite a few changes. Audit and Risk had one from last week. But other than that, I think we've arrived at a good document.
Okay, if there's no further debate. Councillor Bland, you don't want to add from seconder?
No, it's.
Okay, you'll close.
Close.
Motion is as it reads, councillors. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. Prudential Management Policy Review, item 15. I want to move that way. Councillor Roundtree and Peach. Any discussion? There's no discussion. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Number 16. General Financial Control Policy Review. Don't rush me. Councillor Peach. Councillor Roundtree. Any discussion from the mover, seconder, or anyone?
I'll just mention I appreciate the response to the query around clause 4 raised in Audit and Risk. Answers the question. Thank you.
Okay, there was no further. You'll close.
Close.
Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. Terms of reference, item 17 for the Canalpin Swimming Pool and Caravan Park Committee.
Mr. Mayor, if I could move with an amendment which I've sent through to Ash earlier. This is just around some wording that was a bit confused from governance to audit and risk, and it just needs to be tidied up.
Well, what is it?
It's the addition of 5.5 regarding the committee's ability to create and appoint other office holders. It's currently in this draft document in 5.3. However, if you go to the working governance notes at the end of the agenda, it was supposed to be a new 5.5. When picked up, it was thought to be an amendment to 5.5. So this just clarifies what we've already talked about in the previous meetings.
So what's it deal with? How's it deal with?
Sorry, the addition would be 5.5. Determine other office holder positions annually. These positions will be appointed by the Canalpin District Soldiers Memorial Swimming Pool and Caravan Park Committee in accordance with 8.1.
That can happen in a section 41.
Yes, there's nothing. So this is actually already in the document. Just this separates it out as a separate clause and makes it clearer. And the 8.1 talks about it.
Councillor Roundtree, are you moving the
No, I'm seconding.
with that amendment?
I'm seconding it.
Councillor Peach, you the mover.
Yes, he is.
Yep.
Okay, move councillor Pearce with that variance. I'm going to call that in 5.5. Ashley, are we clear on what that is?
That's an additional clause 5.5, which will then bump everything else down. So and then if you could insert C, allow administration to make other necessary changes as a result of the additional clause. Just for renumbering and other grammatical issues.
That as you would like it, councillor?
Thank you.
Okay, councillors. Mover and seconder, I'll vote for that with those variances. Anyone wish to end a debate?
Mr. Mayor, if I may just say, I'm glad we're finally at the point we can adopt these terms of reference. It's been a process, but we're there.
So the challenge will be, until now, the committee hasn't been functioning as a section 41, as I understand it.
They have
Councillor
been.
Roundtree. But it will be now. Anyone else? We'll close.
Close.
Okay, put the motion. All those in favour? Against, it's carried unanimously. Number 18, Finance Committee meeting minutes. There's a recommendation. I'll move that way, please, councillor Qualman. Thank you. And councillor O'Hara. Any discussion? Being not, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? As against, that's carried unanimously. Number 19, committee meeting for the Caravan Park. The last before that meeting, section 41. Is that right? Where have I got to?
Audit and
risk. I've jumped.
Yes.
Number 19, audit and risk. Might be the last. There's a recommendation there, councillors. Move that way. Audit and Risk Committee meeting, councillors Bland and gonna need lunch soon. Peach. In discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Roundtree, what were you going to vote? For or against?
For.
Carried unanimously. Number 20, Canalpin Swimming Pool and Caravan Park. Minutes of that committee. Councillor Roundtree, you're moving.
I am. And could I just request that when that letter is sent, that we get a copy, or that at least the committee gets a copy of that letter? Thank you.
Around the police
Yeah.
at Canalpin. We have been discussing this for some time internally, the lack of police at Canalpin. We haven't got to it yet. Second to police, Councillor Qualman. Any discussion? Being none, put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. Number 21, Murraylands Riverlands Association meeting held on the 30th of October in the lovely Barmera Club. Oh, very good view of Lake Bonnie, lovely. You were in the back room, not in the bar. Well, that's where the front was. Councillor Coleman, are you moving that?
Yeah, I've got to move it. Thank you.
There a seconder? Councillor Maidment. Is there any discussion, questions? Being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, it's carried unanimously. Twenty-two, Governance and Policy Review Working Group, notes of the meeting held on the 21st of October. Councillor Peach, you indicating to speak or move?
Move.
Peach move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Roundtree, is there any discussion? Righto, put the motion. All those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. That completes that part of the thing. Go to CEO's information report, item 1. Any questions first and foremost?
I have just a couple of things.
Councillor Roundtree.
So just a couple of points on the community development. Well done on getting the acquittal from the Yamali Hall. That was good. And I'm really just wanted to state how impressed I am with the LAP. You know, the amount of relevant and well-supported programs that they are running has just been so well received in the community. And so well done to the team. I know it's Sam and her team, but they've just continued to do an amazing lot of work out there.
Tracy.
Tracy, is that right? Yeah. And also to the team that continues to seek out, this is on externally funded projects. This is a cornerstone of our council, getting these grants. Otherwise our rates would have to be higher. And so the work that they do in getting and receiving grants has just been so great. So I just wanted to give them a big thank you as well. And that was the only comments I wanted to make.
Other questions to the CEO's information report, councillors? There's none. Someone move that way, please. Councillor Qualman. Councillor Bland is the seconder. Any further discussion?
You just one.
Councillor O'Hara, yes.
Mr. Mayor, the Meningie Cemetery Group, I actually spoke with them last week, and they said they part of the Lions had spent 4 hours up there cleaning up the cemetery before Remembrance Day. And we had a committee that used to look after that, but not allowed to now. So if we're going to stop these volunteer committees from doing these jobs, then we need to get our men up there.
We have got volunteer committees in cemeteries. I'm just trying to work out where that comes from.
I can follow that up.
Follow that up, please.
I know they're very active.
Got cemetery committees at 2 other sites.
Sorry, if I might follow up with Councillor Harris. There are groups that go up there, but I think some of the issue is around the height of the ryegrass and stuff left around, needing to whip a snip, and it's like they can't use equipment, they can't use sprays. So it does rely on staff to be there to do those jobs. And I'd have to say pretty much a large percentage of our area at the moment. Not, the cemetery is one, but I think I put in requests fairly frequently about some of this stuff.
Councillor Peach.
If I may just follow up, this was also raised with me by members of the Lions Club last week, that they put requests in and they hadn't been actioned. And they felt it was highly inappropriate, given that Remembrance Day was coming up on the Tuesday, that they were going to just go and do it themselves.
Take that, yep, take that on notice. Any other questions? Okay, I've got a mover and seconder. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried unanimously. Item number 211.2, Community and Corporate Information Report. Questions? Councillor Roundtree.
Thank you. With organisational development, what was the FTE of the Meningie Waste Transfer Station attendant who's departing? And what process is underway to fill that vacant position?
Through you, I can take the details on those. It's a part-time position. It was only, from memory, 2 days a week or something, but I can get you the precise.
Think more?
Possibly. I can get that precise.
Director, yes, about.
And we are, because the transfer station's not open full time, so whatever the dates that transfer station was open. And I think we've already gone out to market to find a replacement.
Underway. Thank you.
Councillor Bland.
Yes, under incidents, there's some incidents around property damage and theft, and also a vehicle accident. Can we have a little bit more?
So through you, Mayor, we've had a couple of staff hit kangaroos of late. There's a fair bit of activity out of hours at the moment with the community vision plan work across the district. We also had an issue with a ride-on mower that unfortunately ended up into Dixon Reserve, into the lake there. It could have been much more serious, and we're looking at that now. What was your third one?
Meningie toilets.
Thank you. Do you know? I don't know any more about that. Sorry.
Yeah, through the mayor, there was some damage to the Meningie toilets, and it was around the time when there was a lot of toilet paper ending up in the trees outside there one particular day. Yeah, several of the toilet roll holders were damaged.
Is that since they were done up?
No, that was just prior.
Toilet paper in the trees, which used to be a fairly frequent occurrence, so that's not bad. But the damage to the toilet, they're expensive.
So yeah, through the mayor, that's one example, and I'm pretty sure the other two reoccurrences there are similar at other locations where there's been graffiti, things like that. We just report it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Being none, I need a mover and a seconder though. Councillors Roundtree and Maidment, thank you. Is there any other discussion around number corporate and community? Being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against?
I was in favour, just.
It's carried unanimously. Number 3, roads and infrastructure motion report. Questions? Councillor Roundtree.
123 or 290 of 338 refers to the installation of no standing and no caravan signs being installed at the Canalpin General Store, Meningie Office Car Park and Tinty Post Office. There is no Canalpin General Store, so where were the signs installed?
Through the chair, probably just a misprint of words there, but it'd be in front of the post office /
Oh, in front of the post office.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Maven, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Mayor. 129, the illegal dumping in Tailem Bend specifically. Do we do hard rubbish collection days?
No, we don't.
Would we consider doing that?
We've never We've talked about it. We've never quite got to doing it, councillor,
Okay.
but I take, it is one of the points I saw out of something at a meeting recently. That's probably one of the points I've seen in the community vision stuff out in the passage about why we don't.
Very true. It wouldn't have to be done weekly,
No.
6 monthly or even yearly. It's better than. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Could be a fee for service though, wouldn't it, if you wanted it?
Well,
Can-
there's a lot of options there, which we've never quite ventured into at this stage.
Through you, Mayor, there's actually almost a business plan for someone who'd have a great trailer that would do it, because I think without the service, there are some people that don't have access to trailers or vehicles that can tow trailers that can't get this stuff to where it needs to go, and we don't offer them a solution, which is why they're dumping.
I'm not making a comment. Every council struggles with this because every council I've been at has really struggled with hard waste. And so the various options, sometimes utilising a service club or a not-for-profit organisation does help. There are other options such as Adelaide Hills Council, which virtually has it on demand. You're allowed to have, I think it's 1 per financial year pickup, but you've also got to contribute to that. It's quite reasonable. And yes, that does deal with the person who doesn't have the ability to take their waste to a transfer station. And there's also the ability for people who do have the trailers and the like, maybe to have a free 1 day a year, free tip day.
It's a pretty big project, and you'd note in the agenda a photo of the bed, how the process of making bedding acceptable as waste also is, which is not cheap at all. What I would say, and this applies across virtually all waste streams, and including the waste water, we're now starting to see in the society costs of getting rid of X, Y, and Z far exceeding the price initially of what you put in the other end. So it's really interesting, quite a process, you think about it.
I might make one other comment, because I'm a resident of Adelaide Hills Council. An interesting thing, when I've taken a bale of the hard waste, I'll put out a whole items for collection, and half of them will disappear overnight. And I think that's not a bad thing,
That's a good
because
thing.
they- someone's putting them to a good use.
Yeah, it's recycled. Yeah.
You know,
Just Mayor, we did do a costing on that about 7 years ago, I think it was. And the price, the cost to do it was astronomical to do the whole area. Because you just can't, like pick on one
I know.
main street, to do the whole area to make it available.
it's probably a discussion to have in a part of
But
the waste review and road.
Miles was right. If you're in Adelaide, you just put the good stuff or the reasonable stuff out and it's all gone.
Just we would have bins in different cities as well, where you could just put high bins in, it's only per year, and they come and pick them up.
Just keep in mind, councillors, the costs of waste removal and the dollars per tonne we donate to the state versus that process, and that part of the MRLGA's review, which we're just about finished the first stages in that. Councillor O'Hara, then Councillor Peach.
Yeah, I just noticed on page 127 that pine rail repairs at Meningie Cemetery. Well, that's great. There's some on Princess Highways that have been fall over for about 2 years now, and they mow around it all the time. And I'd like them to be told to maybe get off the lawnmower and straighten them up. And they've been there for about 2 years, and no one's done anything
Near the
about it.
flip flop, or where is this, councillor?
No, between the sailing club and the school.
Yep. Okay, yeah, that's you. Yep. Councillor Peach.
Well, yes, what I say, I spent many days in my youth collecting hard waste behind a push bike. That's certainly worth looking at. I just had a question around the AED installation, rollout, how we're going with that, and where that's at in terms of meeting our regulatory requirements.
I understand that it's travelling well. Again, our date is January next year. That's the deadline, so, and they'll all be in by then. You want something more?
No, I'm just noting that it's coming up and wondering how we were travelling with it. So happy with that answer. Thank you.
That's the Roundtree.
When we talk about the cost of taking or getting, or what it costs for the waste, when we have to go and collect it ourselves, so when it's on the side of the road, what is council's process and what does it cost us to have to go and deal with that waste? Are we either contacting the owner and making them do it, or are we going to get it and having to dispose of it ourselves?
Through
Director.
Okay, I can go through the chair. The only way you can charge back to the originator is if there's hard evidence, like letters in the mail that has got their direct contact details. Otherwise, you can't. You can't prove that it was them. And I guess the process is our labour and plant time to go and collect it, take it to the transfer station, and then processing fees from there.
And council pay those fees?
Well, it goes into the big pile of rubbish that gets processed
Pay
from
all
many
of it.
sources.
So we are popping a cost regardless of doing the service. So I guess have we ever looked at what that cost is versus a user pay systems and whether that would actually financially for us?
So through you, Mayor, as Councillor Arthur said, this was looked at a couple of years ago. Want a
7
report
years ago, I
come
was
back
on
to
council.
council to look at options around waste management and open days. We can do that work, but it's probably just guess.
Perhaps it should be a motion on notice to Aaron. I would think today that people who want to move things on, something called Facebook apparently.
Oh, yeah, that's-
People, I don't know what it is, but people could put their things on there and move them on. I think once it enters the streetscape and the public realm, it becomes a bit of a different issue.
That's the issue I want to hear about.
Well, at some point then it does become illegal dumping.
But if you can't prove it, I'm just looking at the
Well,
cost of council.
well, the cost to council is it doesn't come to council, is the simplest answer, particularly in relation to furniture. If you look at the requirements for bedding or lounge suites in particular, it's extreme.
But if we're picking it up, do we pay that? This is what I'm not connecting.
Well, we'll be paying something, whether it be our dump attendant stripping it, building it, then it has to go to a weight basis or in the bin or.
Through the mayor, to perhaps elaborate in a different angle, whatever's picked up and dumped, we're paying to dispose of that one way or another. But what we incur is the cost to go and collect it and the loss of revenue as it comes through the gate. So that's the bits that council ends up funding, going and getting it, and the fact that we've received it but had no income at the gate for receiving it.
Right. So when we get it into our waste transfer station from there, then it's part of our usual way we deal with.
Correct.
Waste. So there's no extra charge for,
No.
there'll be extra charges there.
Well, the extra charge is the fact that we have to go and collect it. Well,
But what
that's the extra cost. And then
No fee.
the loss of income from someone who does the right thing and comes and drops it off and pays their fees. We don't get that.
And the charge for waste.
Yeah.
And then once you've got this lounge suite that's now sitting in the Canalpin Waste Transfer Station, that has to be dealt with through our system, general disposal. So we would have a fee at that point as well for taking that away.
Correct.
Measure that, but we could, we pay for the stuff to go away.
By the, do we pay by the ton or something? Yep, so.
That's why it's about $40 to dump a bed.
Councillor May.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. May I suggest that we have a workshop on this? And I think I opened up the can of worms. I think we need to have a workshop looking forward for that hard rubbish, but that wasn't my initial question.
That's all right.
The Railway Terrace car park upgrade here at Taylor, it's glad to see procurements there. I understand it's early January, February, possibly, construction site? Yep. Okay, now this is the final design here. Is it open to change? Minor change? May I explain what I mean by that? I think the two disability car parks on the far end on railway line end are too far away. And I think we should put those two next to the two that are existing there at the other end. And it puts it all together. I think they're too far away for the shops. So if that's,
So
it's a minimal change.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're required to have disability parks on the other side or not.
So through the chair, I guess that's situated as it is because people might be choosing to park there and go the other way to the path and up to the toilets or something like that. So,
I see.
so
Right.
it's not, I guess it recognises that not everyone's pulling up there to go to Foodland.
Yeah.
People might be going the other way to the path and then up to the toilet block or something like that. So I guess the view is that that's perhaps the best balance
Well, in that case, maybe two at the very end, closer to the toilet then.
Yep. Anything.
I mean,
like
it's a
that.
minor change, but, yeah.
Yep.
I would suggest that rather than where it is, because if that's the reasoning for those disability car parks there, I think it's better off to be right on the end, close to the toilets then.
Yeah, that's, look, we can, I mean,
It's
nothing
easily
you've
done.
mentioned there can't be decided on a site decision.
Sure.
There's probably, well, whilst there's arguments for what you say, there's arguments that, you know, these sorts of car parks are best centralised in a car park, not all the way down one end or all the way down the other end.
Yeah.
It just then, you know, because let's say someone is disabled and wants to go to Foodland, they're always then all the way down the other end of the car park if the other two are taken up. So
It's never going to be perfect though.
yeah, and I feel like what we have here is the best balance,
Okay.
would be my comment.
Okay. Just thought I'd put it out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, councillors, is that all the questions in relation? Councillor Arthur?
Mayor, I don't know if it's relevant now or in questions with notice. I just want to bring it up about Lake Indawarra, what's going on there at the present moment. In December 2023, a report was going to be made on the administration and how they were going to look after Lake Indawarra. At the March 24 meeting, it was stated that, you know, it hadn't been done and they're seeking further guidance on how best to manage the lake, with a report to be presented to council in May 2024. We still haven't got any of those reports, and we've, you know, have red, green, yellow, changing all the time. Now, when this happened probably 10 years ago, when the testing regime was that you had to be 3 metres out from the edge and collect the water from a metre below. Now, I've asked that question and they said, well, this mob that are doing it, and they are professional, of course, know what they're doing. But I just happened to notice them doing it the other day. And I've got photos here. And they are dropping it down in probably 3 foot of water, right on the edge, not out from the thing. And the other, so, you know, if the credentials for testing were as we were given originally, they aren't doing it as that way, because all he's got is like a bottle on a bit of string, I think, and he tips that and it comes up. I've got photos here of him.
So, councillor,
Yeah, so
you've pursued this point before.
well,
I think you need to bring the information directly to
No, but
the executive.
Mr. Mayor, I'm representing people down
You
there
might be, but
that go down to Lake Indawarra and it's a red. The next day it's a green.
yeah, and
What?
I'm out of time to my principal problem to discuss this now. Perhaps there's a question on notice, councillors, because if there's been an ongoing, because we need to have lunch because we've got 2 workshops, that's why we need to move on. So I just wanted to defer. I'm happy to take it as a question on notice, councillor. I just want to finish this item so that we can finish the principal part of the agenda. Is there anything else in R&I, councillors?
And just, so when were we discussing?
We can deal with that later as a question on notice. Yeah. So I just want to, lastly, what I want to say, since we're closing this down for a second, is I'm very impressed with the photos, particularly of the spray ceiling of Carcoom Road. It's a very good record of finally achieving that role. I don't have a mover or a seconder for the receipt of that report. Someone, Councillor Maidman and Councillor O'Hara is waving at me. Any further discussion?
Hungry.
I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Councillors, we need to break for lunch. We have a workshop at 1:30, and then we have another workshop at 2:00. Now been made aware there's a potential governance working party, but I think council would need to continue its meeting over and above that. So I'll propose that, and so I'll just put a halt to the council meeting, please, Craig. And we'll be back later this afternoon. It's probably going to be 3:30, 4 o'clock at the way I look at the Welcome back at 3:17 or 18. Continue with our agenda. I'm up to 12.1 questions with notice. I have none. Questions without notice, 12.2. Councillor Arthur, you were discussing earlier, and we've decided to put it here, the testing regime of Lake Indawara at Tintinara.
Yeah, as I said, in December 23, there was a worry about the testing regime at Lake Indawara. There was to be a report in March 24 in the minutes that said there was a report, but it wasn't tabled. And then they said there will be as noted above, the administration is further seeking guidance on how best to manage Lake Indawara, with a report to be presented to council in May 2024. I haven't seen that report.
Councillor, we got the answer. The CEO, please.
That report came to council, it wasn't in May, but it was December 20, endorsed the testing regime.
23.
24.
The one I found was in 2023, which then went to March 2024 minutes.
So the report that matters is the one that was submitted in December 2024, which council endorsed around the testing. Does that answer your question?
Well, no, it doesn't, because my question is now, when there was a build-up of algae bloom in the lake some years ago, the testing was told it had to be 3 metres from the bank, 1 metre deep.
Are you saying that we're not testing it
Well,
properly?
my question is, are we testing it properly?
Yep. I don't know. I'll refer it to the CEO. I'm going to make an assumption that we're using qualified testers.
We are using qualified testers, Mayor.
Well, I've got pictures of
Yeah,
here
so if you
of the
wish to-
actual testing taking place.
later on, you could discuss that with the CEO and the director. I'd say would be the best idea.
Okay. And regarding that, I'm just wondering also, why is the water circulation not taking place anymore? That was one of the recommendations some time ago, that the water be recirculated, and then one stage they're actually talking about putting a system in the bottom of the lake to make it
Don't know.
regurgitate.
I will take that on notice.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been receiving some questions and comments regarding the old CFS building in Tarlin Bend. I just wish to ask council whether they got any input or information where we're at with that building or what's going on with it, please.
The CEO, I think, might have the answer.
Okay.
To say that the state wants to engage about that building is probably an understatement. Nobody seems to want to talk about it at all. We basically have provided them with a brief that said council does not want that building back until it's fit for purpose. And so I think the emergency services and DIT, we've been trying to get an appointment with the Minister for Emergency Services for a couple of things, and that's one of them, about what that actually looks like. We haven't managed to secure a meeting yet with that particular minister.
Minister, it changed.
But we will continue to pursue DIT and emergency services around that building and Miles can talk more about it, but there are significant contamination issues with the site. And my recommendation to council is that we do not take that building back until they can guarantee that it is fit for purpose.
I might just add,
Yeah.
problem is that one can assume that it's a potentially contaminated site, but we've got no idea of the extent of the contamination or what would be required to remediate it. The last thing any council wants is to obtain land that may have PFAS contamination. And the laws and the obligations around PFAS are changing and becoming more onerous. And that's largely a global phenomenon. PFAS is the new asbestos. And What also could be with any queries here, look, any query that would result in the site being used for a more sensitive use, and i.e. that sensitive use could be anything related to community facilities, may trigger a development application for a change of land use, which would in turn trigger the EPA requirements for contaminated site. So as I've my professional advice is, as Bridget just said, we would not entertain taking on that property unless we was very, very clear about the contamination and the remediation and who's going to pay for that. And I think it's just reasonable, it being a CFS site, to start with the premise that it's potentially contaminated.
Thank you very much. And just people have been asking, and it's just the way it is, and so we all have to wait and see, won't we? Thank you.
What I would be saying is you could, got a state election coming, and we've got a state member of parliament, and there'll be a few other aspirants. Raise it with them, because as with a lot of things at this level, the state moves, so their moving's a bit of a bonus, isn't it, really? Councillor Roundtree.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've got two questions. One is, I'm just going to find it here again, right? So I'd like to get a further breakdown of the 24,186 spent on legal matters under governance in the annual report. So I want to find out what that was for.
We'll take that one.
Take it on notice.
Thank you. Yes, and the other question that you would possibly want to take these on notice too would be also a further breakdown of the accommodation credit card expenditure and the training and conferences expenditure. Were they? I can't remember whether they were in the report itemised or not.
Councillor.
Pardon?
They're in the report.
They are both in the report.
Between elected members and staff, they're in the report, I think.
They are? Okay, then just the first one, please. That'll be fine.
And questions without notice, councillors? Councillor Arthur.
I've got one more from ratepayers. This is their question. Is it correct? It's what's in the annual plan. There is a toilet block proposed for $502,240.
We're at.
Question one.
We're at.
Yep.
No, we're at.
Changing places at Canalpin?
Canalpin. Right.
That is correct.
No.
It's not the right amount.
That's what we've got.
That's been on the agenda for years.
People ask me this, right? The second question is, how much, this is $500,000 for a toilet block. I think it's a bit strange too. Second question is, how much what expense are the council to provide towards that 500,000?
The CEO.
To you, Mayor, we will recirculate the briefing we gave to council on that very issue within the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
We'll circulate that briefing, councillor Arthur. I'm not sure, did you miss it? But there was a briefing on that just recently.
Yeah.
And the third part is, how confident are the staff that you will be able to build it for the costing? With the way, like trying to get tradesmen, all those sort of.
We went to tender, councillor.
Through the mayor, the two major costs are procured and fixed prices, which are the building and the wastewater works.
And they're fixed price.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Prefab. There's not the securing of trades or anything like that. We're dealing with a company that are bringing a modular built structure in Melbourne, come over on a truck, dropped on the ground on a slab. It'll look exactly like the style of bullets that, have gone in over the road here. It's just a different way of building it.
And just, councillor, just as a matter of sort of background, the Menengi public toilets were built probably 15 years ago. And I reckon that was around 400,000.
Yeah, that was a lot of problems.
Well, maybe.
A lot of problems.
Just giving you a relative.
Even you must agree with that.
No, I'm not going to argue whether there's a problem. What I'm going to argue is a straight point of comparison. Public toilets aren't cheap, councillors, like a lot of things we do. Right, other questions without notice? Yeah. Councillor Bland, you.
I am waving at you, yes. I'm just wondering whether the Narung Jetty, we've had any update on potential funding through the emergency services. Have they got back to us at all?
We can't even get a meeting with the minister at the
So-
moment.
Sorry?
That's one of, through you, Mayor, that's one of
One of the
the,
reasons I want to get to it.
one of the, on the list to talk to the minister about. We are still continuing to look at grant opportunities, but up till now, there have been none. But we are continuing to look and we have not had a response from the minister yet because we haven't got a meeting with her.
And there's a report due on the potential cost of that in January, February, Joel? Workshop, there you go, workshop on
And-
that.
Elections coming, haven't we, somewhere?
We may have, but getting a minister's attention in this area has been extremely hard versus other things. Other questions without notice? Being none, I move to motions with notice, of which I have none. So 13.2 is motions without notice. Councillors, try me. The Peach.
Can I move that a report be provided into hard waste rubbish at some point in the new year? Into options for hard waste rubbish collection.
When you say we need to probably be a bit better than somewhere in the new.
Mayor, could I suggest that it's around transfer stations and the options for hard pickup?
Hard pickup is the,
I think it needs to, sorry, that's through the chair. I think it would need to be by February so that if a decision is made by council, it can factor into the budget process.
So let's get that worded.
hard rubbish collection options. And cost and impact.
Any other time, councillor, I'd say we could put that as a notice on motion next meeting, but I don't know that we need to.
By the end of February? Yeah, that's.
Are we going with the words? Yep. That be presented to R and I or who? For a workshop?
Discretion.
Yeah.
Righto. Is there a seconder? Councillor Maidment, thank you. There any discussion? Move councillor Peach, second councillor Maidment, that a report be provided on hard rubbish collection options, including costs and impacts, with the report to be presented in February 26th.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a comment? Within our
Speak
schedule,
for or against, or make an assumption.
within our schedule, we had a revision or looking at waste management in February next year. So wouldn't that be part of the whole process?
As in, it's an addition. It's an
Addition,
addition.
okay.
I think it's, I think I'd be happy it stood alongside. Yep. Any other people in any debate? You'll close, councillor.
Close.
So the motion is that we report be provided on hard rubbish collection options, including costs and impacts, presented February 26th. So I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried. With councillors Qualman, Rountree, Peach and Maidment in favour. Tell me if I'm wrong. And councillors O'Hara and Arthur against. Okay. Other motions without notice. Councillor Rountree.
So after today's deputation investigation into options for Sandpiper Road to be brought to the INA committee. Probably word that better, but
You would like
options. So based on what was requested
options on,
yesterday,
options on this, what council may do in terms of the
Yes.
surface of that road.
if it might be that we do nothing, but
Right.
I think we just need to, it's been brought to us, we should have a look at it, work out what it might cost and then make a decision as to whether we think it's worth pursuing.
We can do it from a private works perspective, right through to a police board.
That's right. So there might be 2 or 3 options there. Need a assessment, Joel, of just what might be basically possible
Mhm.
versus the private, public
Yep.
contract. Just give us a second. I'll look for a seconder now. Councillor Qualman is the seconder. Sandpiper Road options. That satisfactory what you read? Options be investigated in regards to Sandpiper Road maintenance.
And to be presented to the R&I.
It'll be a March.
At a suit, it doesn't have to be the next one, but at a future R&I one.
So through you, councillor, if we present it to the R&I committee by the end of the financial year. Yep.
It wasn't indicated today,
I'll do it.
crucially urgent, so.
Councillor Bland, you see that one all right?
I did, and my only question would be in that report, could we please also, I'm assuming it will include ramifications for the future. I was listening to them talking about digging up the road in case somebody wants to do X, Y, and Z. I have this one's been around a long time, keeps coming back.
So there's an unusual title arrangement there in that the
Very
private road goes over sort of an extension of the blocks.
I'm reluctant there to call it a road. Effectively, it's a driveway to all of those properties. It's a right of way technically. It's referred to as a road, but you know, its legal status is a right of way. I think in the report, we need to talk about the consequences of if this was to go ahead, what does that mean for every other private road in the district? So it really has to be doesn't just talk about the costs.
Yep.
It talks about you know, the obligations council has, which is, you know, effectively nil. But also it talks about, you know, if council does say yes in this case, what does that open up in terms of other claims?
Surely if we,
Sorry. So it's through you, Mr Mayor, and it's up to Councillor Roundtree, of course, she's moved it, but would it be better if it said investigate in regards to private roads, the maintenance of private roads in the Coorong Council, because this will open Pandora's box, I tell you, if we do that one. There's one at Meningie that I've taken you down. They'll be the first one to put their hand up.
They've already asked.
That's actually what, through you, Mayor, that's actually what makes me think we need to look at this, because there is that road that you've raised before, being it's a private road and other.
So should that read
well,
private roads in the Coorong
I
Council?
think in the broader context of the report back to us, it doesn't hurt to say Sandpiper right of way, but and others, you can put there and others, but also I don't know whether it should say in there the consequences and obligations of council. So like the whole scheme of things, and so we just tackle it, and then we know next time too what it encompasses.
So through you, Mayor, we would put with the options will be, so the fact that it is a private thoroughfare, the pros and cons of doing it from a council perspective, right through to a fully maintained right of way, pros and cons, and so everything in the middle. So that will cover off what you want.
Yeah, and then that will be
But
useful
no
for
legal
other
obligation
roads.
on a document signed.
Right, Mr Mayor, didn't we not have, we used to have a policy on unmowed roads, sealed roads and all that sort of thing? Because I remember coming up about
At the moment.
grading an access road, which was actually a council road, but we wouldn't do it because it was only access to a cattle yards or something
no,
like
that
that,
was-
so it wasn't
It's at the
classified.
back of Bosgowan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so I think unless the policy's been changed, which may be, we do have a policy regarding that.
Through the mayor, probably the policy doesn't pick up this particular scenario because it'd talk about road reserve.
Yep.
And where we don't have a road made, this is not road reserve.
No, I realise that.
So it's probably going to be silent for this type of example in that policy.
Yeah, a few of these weren't either.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's all right, no worries.
Councillor Peach, you
Can I
got
just
to vote?
ask a question? My recollection, I could be wrong here, is that there was a private works policy.
We do have one.
We do still have one.
Yep. Which, and through you, Mayor, the conversation around this particular one is that we could do this under private works and pay because it's cost plus, I can't remember the
Yeah.
percentage, so cost recovery plus a percentage.
Yep.
And if they were wanting to take that avenue, they'd be better off just going to their own contractor because they wouldn't have us as the middle person to council. That, I think the intention from the presentation this morning was that they want council to pay for it, not,
Yeah.
I think they understand completely that there's a private works option.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned before, I have an email from him indicating that they were prepared to pay the cost. But through those discussions that the mayor and I had with him, going back a few months.
Through you, I'm not sure why it would be less cost effective from them to do that through council than it would be to find their own contractor.
I mean, if anyone's ever driven down there on a Saturday afternoon, there's no arguing it's a private road. You can see the way they look at you.
I'm not being brave enough to do it because I already got.
I did
in
once,
trouble
but never
years
again.
ago. Years ago. It was like,
Can't
what are you
believe
doing
you're
here?
intimidated like that, councillor O'Hara. Okay, I think we're pretty clear what we want there.
They made it very clear they don't want you there now.
I'm happy to close.
Thank you. So the motion is that options be investigated in regard to Sandpiper Road, which is a right of way maintenance structure by the end of the 25-6 financial year. I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. Is there any others in this group right now? I need you to take the chair in a minute, councillor.
No worries. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this is a motion, but can we not have workshops after council meetings? This is now the third time.
This is a particularly awkward outcome if you want to get things done. And historically, when we did it the other way around, it, in my view, worked better. I understand councillors' concerns around driving distance. We would have to then try and second guess the length of a council meeting and have a gap in the middle. But given that we have enough trouble getting us here frequently enough,
We're here every week.
well,
That's free.
there's a requirement, and there's a requirement mainly coming from the elected members, I might add, to know about things, and I understand that, but there's not many other ways of doing it. But I take your point. It is something actually for the next council to consider or change this motion because it is quite awkward, and it's very awkward on our executive officer.
I just suggest that we actually have a conversation around this very soon around whether or not we should be starting when we do in the mornings and reverse it or consider an alternative time.
Yeah.
The audit committee, even the audit committee the other day with workshops backed onto it, there was that much work in the audit committee. The independents also felt pushed and we seem to be so tight. And I know that there's that much to do. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that maybe we could look at what we reverse around.
That'll require another workshop, councillor.
Sorry?
It'll require another workshop.
No, it doesn't. Why does it require another workshop?
Or unless you want to, someone put a motion, notice a motion up again to overrun the last two, that's fine in the last 2 minutes. I'll take your point. It's awkward.
And maybe we should, I'm only putting it up so people think about what time, maybe we've done this, maybe we should have a look, maybe have a look at what might work better. I'm not saying we can fix it 100%.
Righto. Is that all motions without notice though? Right. Move to item 14. Councillor Beach, just come to the chair. I need to go outside. Sure. Sort something out.
I'll have to reread the minutes.
Oh no, we're there.
Yeah.
Okay, councillors, we are on the minute action list, item 14. Now this was circulated via a separate email yesterday, I believe.
Yes.
It's not actually in the agenda you'll have. Are there any items from the minute action list?
Got to get it up again.
Few minutes.
So you made the reason this agenda had about 28 attachments. It was quite a challenge to get them all to work on Friday night. So this one you're more than familiar with. It was not new information generally.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Councillor Coleman.
Thank you. Minute action list 231/24 September, proposed disposal of surplus assets, Tunnel Bend trains. How are we going with that?
Through you.
Chair Miles or Joel? Thank
I'm
you.
happy. We've been chasing through you, Chair. We've been chasing the person who has purchased it. I think they're really trying to line up a sequence of trucks to come in and pick them all up. We haven't got a confirmed date yet, as far as I know.
Through the chair, we made contact this week. They're still working through those logistics plus any ARTC requirements to be on their land and do the necessary movements to collect them.
We should start charging them rent.
Yeah, that'd speed it up. It's a good idea.
Any further questions from the minute action list?
An update on 10th Street, sorry, 050/20. I'm just wondering how are we progressing with it now?
Through you, Chair, there's been no update since you asked that question the other day, councillor.
Okay.
We are still remembering that out of the RPPP grant funding, there is funding set aside for that. I think we're coming back to council with an update on each of those projects
No, I can,
early in the new year, but you can talk a bit more.
so saying the RPPP gives us money to develop a planner division. So the initial planner division has been done, showing the 5 blocks on the highway side and the bulk and the rest of the land potentially being the affordable housing land. The money also gives us the opportunity to develop a template agreement with an NGO for the affordable land. That's been done. Last week, I engaged a contractor to start the infrastructure design and costings, but they'll also need to do a survey. So that work is in progress. I would think I'm looking at around about Easter, I think, coming back to council. I would like council to be in a position to make a decision about the 5 blocks. And obviously I want you to make that decision prior to you going into caretaker period. So they're my goals. A very good opportunity to potentially put 5 blocks on the market. I've already had one person locally who Councillor Coleman knows as well, who's been talking to me on a regular basis about the opportunity to downsize. He's expressed keen interest in one of those blocks, which was very pleasing. So I've got the feeling that may be not just a good opportunity to put housing blocks on the market, but also probably surprised me a little bit in that it may address some of those issues of older residents who may wish to downsize.
Can I just clarify what you meant by you've gone out in relation to the infrastructure?
Yes.
Can I just get a bit more
Okay,
detail what that actually means?
So when we so what I'm trying to do is get to a stage with council's preferred position to be shovel ready to move forward. Now, council's preferred position at this stage is 5 blocks being released to the market and the remainder of the land being considered for affordable housing project. In order to get shovel ready, essentially we have to be ready to put a land division application in, put the infrastructure in, pay for it, and have titles released so they can go on the market. That is being shovel ready. So with the money I've got, which is $105,000, I'm going to make sure we get as close to that goal as possible. So the infrastructure is typically your straightening up of that swims line that curves around the tennis court, driveways, stormwater. So the detailed design is getting that to the point where it can satisfy a land division application. And also importantly too, the costings, so that when I come to council, I'm going to give you everything you need to be able to determine, is this a good idea? Are you going to get a return? What is it going to cost? I would like to be in a position to put that to you and then also incorporate that into next financial year's budget so we can move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions arising from the minute action list? There being none, we'll move on to the confidential items. The first item has a slight variation, which